What's good with it? What's good with it? What's good with it? Give me 1 minute, people. I'm trying to pull the stuff up. 1 minute. Okay, 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 okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. What's good? Yes, y'all tired of me yet? Y'all bet y'all saying, when is this bitch getting back on the work calendar? Because this bitch, you know, done wore her welcome out. We sick of her. Hey, let me do a chat call real quick. What's up, Warrior? The hell under B. New Panther. A new Black Panther. I'm sorry, Purple. Lizzo. Christy. What's good with it? What's good? What's good? What's good? All right. It ain't nothing major, but apparently, uh, the shit just never stops. And when you have two cases and counting, you know, the shit, it won't stop. And that's just how it is. So I'm going to read the first motion, then I'm going to read the response. Okay. Now, yes, apparently the people in Illinois want R. Kelly to come up out them pockets as well. So y'all got some fundraising to do. Now I don't know who will be which accuser will be making a claim to the victims fund, but this is what we have. All right, it says government's unopposed motion for an additional time to provide U.S. Department of Probation and court with restitution spreadsheet. I'm laying down, y'all, so y'all will be hearing deep sighs, breaths, and tossing and turning and shit because that's what motherfuckers do when they laying down. All right. It says the United States of America by John R. Lausch Jr., United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, respectfully submits this motion requesting an additional 30 days to provide the court and the United States Department of Probation with the electronic standardized spreadsheet requesting restitution for the victims in the case pursuant to Title 18 USC Section 3664 D1. In support of the motion, the government states as follows. One, oh, shit, is it on the screen? Let me make sure this shit is on the screen, y'all. I'm just reading. I ain't checked to see if it's on the screen. Let me make it bigger. There we go. Now I'll drop the link in when I get finished. Okay, number one. On September 14th, 2022, a jury found defendant guilty of 6 counts of the superseding indictment to include counts 1 through 3, sexual exploitation of minor 1, Jane, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2255A. Counts 9, enticement of Jane in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. Count 10, enticement of minor 3, Nia, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. And count 12, enticement of minor 5, Pauline, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 2422B. All right, reference 334. Says number 2, defendant filed post-trial motions on November 15th, 2022, reference 387 and 388. The government filed its response on December 14th, reference 396, 397. The government is also litigating co-defendant Daryl McDavid's motion for attorney's fees, and the government filed its response to that motion on November 18th, 2022, reference 391. Okay, well, maybe we could see what they said with regards to that, because I don't remember reading that. Number 3, defendant's sentencing hearing is scheduled to proceed on February 23rd, 2023, reference 334. Accordingly, the restitution spreadsheet was due to the United States Department of Probation and the court 60 days prior to sentencing on December 25th, 2022. 4, the government is in the process of gathering the information necessary to calculate the listing of amounts subject to restitution in this case. However, additional time is needed due to the work required to meet the other filing deadlines in this case in November and December, as well as the holiday season. The government is requesting a 30-day extension until January 24, 2023 to furnish that information. The government has reached out to the defense counsel for Kelly, and they do not object to this request. Number 5, in addition, if additional time is needed to ascertain the victim's losses in this case, the statute provides that a final determination of the victim's losses may be determined within 90 days after sentencing, according to 18 U.S.C. Section 3664 D5. Wherefore, the United States respectfully requests that the court grant this motion and allow the government an additional 30 days until January 24, 2023 to submit the restitution information to the United States Department of Probation and the court. And the signatures are there. All right. So there was a response or something in. Hold on. There's something else. I don't think it was a response. It's something else that the government put in. All right. Notice of motion. It says, please take notice that on Thursday, January 5th at 9:30 a.m. or as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard, I will appear before the Honorable Harry D. Leinenweber in the courtroom usually occupied by him in the United States Courthouse at 219 South Dearborn Street, Chicago, Illinois, or before such other judge who may be sitting in his place and stead, and then and there present the government's unopposed motion for additional time to provide the United States Department of Probation and corporate restitution spreadsheet in the above captioned case, at which time and place you may appear if you see fit. So I guess she's going to argue her case with regards to this restitution at that time, I guess on the 5th in that courtroom. Now, they said they responded to something about Daryl McDavid getting his fees back. I don't remember reading that. I could have. But let me see if I can find it on here. See if they got it in Dr. Kelly Lloyd, Mr. Kelly's file, so I can see what their response to it. Do you want to give Daryl McDavid his money? Okay, I found it. 30 pages to Daryl McDavid not getting his money. Wait a minute. Hold on. We ain't finna do that. Hold on now. No, I ain't read this. Shit. Wait a minute now. Let me see if I can read the gist of it. But I'm not gonna do no 30 pages. Hold on. Your girl ain't that interested no more. Hell to the no. Let me see if I can skip through and see if I can get the gist of what they are opposing to. Okay, yeah, I can get to. Okay, they have that in here. Hold on. Shit. Hold on. So I can love you better. Hold on. All right. This is Darren McDavid's fees. It says government's response to defendant McDavid's motion for attorney's fees and litigation expenses. Defendant Darren McDavid stood by Robert Kelly's side for decades while Kelly sexually abused young girls and manufactured child pornography. These young girls, including Jane, Kelly's goddaughter, who was 14 years old when Kelly began filming her engaged in various sex acts with him and others. Criminal conduct that the jury found beyond a reasonable doubt was depicted in videos 1, 2, and 3. Oh, I like how they picked that. So here's what they're saying. They're saying that, okay, yeah, the jury cleared him about the charges that he allegedly had something to do with it, right? But when it came to the charges that involved video 1, 2, and 3, the jury came back with a guilty verdict. You see how they pencil whipped it in there to include Darren McDavid. Okay. In the wake of his acquittal on related charges, see how they put that he, one, conspired to obstruct justice in an effort to cover up Kelly's illicit sexual contacts with minors and Kelly's creation of child pornography, 2, conspired to receive child pornography, and 3, actually received child pornography. McDavid now contests the manner of his prosecution by attempting to collect attorney's fees and litigation expenses pursuant to the Hyde Amendment. But relief under the Hyde Amendment is exceedingly rare. It is reserved for cases of extreme prosecutorial misconduct where the case presented has no tether to the facts or the law. Here, there was no misconduct. Instead, the government presented ample evidence upon which a grand jury found probable cause to return charges against McDavid. As this court found and denied McDavid's Rule 29 motion for judgment of acquittal from the government's case in chief, the government also presented sufficient evidence at trial from which a reasonable jury could have convicted McDavid on all charges. This evidence included the illicit videos themselves, testimony from witnesses involved in scheme to retrieve the video, and corroborative testimony from others unwittingly drawn into the conspiracy orbit. Okay. Wow. On the record, and as detailed below, this court cannot conclude that the government's investigation and prosecution of McDavid was vexatious, frivolous, or in bad faith, as the Hyde Amendment requires. Right. Ooh, I forgot about that. So there's certain requirements. Just because you were found innocent doesn't mean that you automatically are you should get your fees associated with this case and whatever back. I think the bond amount is returnable, but depending upon, but other fees associated with this case, like your attorney's fees and stuff like that, isn't. Only with the exception would be in certain, in certain matters. Okay, the defendant motion therefore should be denied. In the alternative, if the motion, which he also ultimately is allowed to proceed, McDavid should be required to prove that he is a prevailing party under the Hyde Amendment. In particular, that his net worth was less than $2 million when the grand jury returned an indictment in this matter on July 2019. Uh, so maybe, and this goes, and Illinois seems to like to go and rehash this shit. Let me just scan through some stuff to see if y'all even would be interested in hearing this bullshit. Okay. Let's see. McDade maintains that each of the government's charges against him were factually and legally unsound, both at the indictment stage and at the trial. To demonstrate the baselessness of defendant's claim, the government next summarizes the evidence presented against McDavid both before the grand jury and at trial, including evidence that McDavid omits from his motion. In doing so, the government also addresses defendant's argument regarding inconsistencies in witness testimony and his allegations of purported misconduct during the government's investigation and trial. So basically, going through and rehashing what they already put forth to the jury with regards to McDavid's involvement in this whole shit. Okay, talk about this co-conspiracy. Extra evidence presented grand jury participating in conspiracy action. Okay, so let me read the legal standard for the Hyde Amendment because this is the legal standard that they're using in order to say that his claim to get his money back should be denied. So let me give you the definition or the explanation of the Hyde Amendment. It says the Hyde Amendment provides the court in any criminal case may award to a prevailing party, and prevailing party means that that's the person that won. Okay, it prevailing party. You really see that type of language used when it comes to civil cases, but it is also the same when it comes to criminal cases, right? The translation is the same. It says, other than the United States, a reasonable attorney's fees and other litigation expenses, where the court finds that the position of the United States was vexatious, frivolous, or in bad faith, unless the court finds that special circumstances make such an award unjust. Such awards shall be granted pursuant to the procedures and limitations, but not the burden of proof provided under Section 2412 of Title 28, United States USC Code, the Equal Access to Justice Act, to determine whether to award fees or costs under this section. The court, for good cause shown may receive evidence ex parte and in camera, which should include the submission of classified evidence or evidence that reveals or might reveal the identity of an informant or undercover agent or matters occurring before a grand jury, and evidence or testimony so received shall be kept under seal. Okay, now they're saying it says they gave a case law. And like I said, it says the Hyde Amendment was modeled on the EAJA, which awards attorney fees to the prevailing party in civil cases. Like I was telling you, but that prevailing party mean in certain circumstances, and court lean on the civil EAJA cases to analyze Hyde Amendment claims. So even if even if there are certain standards, legal standards that only occurs in civil cases, when someone puts in a motion and cite that legal standard, such as the Hyde Amendment, whatever, then the court can look at that as, for it to be binding or bound for a criminal case, and vice versa. So that is what they're going into this now. It says, unlike the EAJA context, however, in a criminal case, the defendant has the burden to prove his claims by a preponderance of the evidence they give. All right, now it says here McDavid fails to meet both requirements. In addition to his motion being untimely, first, he has not established, nor could he, based on the record to date, that he is a prevailing party within the meaning of the statute with a net worth less than $2 million. And second, he cannot show that the government's position in this case was in any way vexatious, frivolous, or in bad health. Bad faith. I said bad health. All right, so I can read the analysis. McDavid has not proven his status as a prevailing party. McDavid's motion should not proceed because he fails to prove he qualifies as a prevailing party under the EAJA. As defendant acknowledges, among the requirements for relief under the Hyde Amendment are that a defendant must show his net worth was less than $2 million at the time of the indictment. Reference. Case law. And it says 11th Circuit in 2001, a standard derived from the Hyde Amendment's incorporation of the EAJA, 28 U.S.C. Section 2412 DB1, listing among other requirements that any party seeking an award of fees and expenses must be an individual whose net worth did not exceed $2 million at the time of the civil action was filed. In his attempt to satisfy this burden, McDavid offers a mere one-sentence footnote statement that his net worth was below $2 million when he was indicted and throughout the pendency of his prosecution. Reference 342 at 14. Number 5. But this bare bones assertion is woefully inadequate under the circumstances. As the Seventh Circuit has explained, the party seeking to recover its litigation costs bears the burden of establishing that it meets the net worth limitations of the EAJA. So here it is, right? When you cite a legal standard that you want the judge to consider, if it's a case law, this, that, and the third, whatever, a lot of this stuff you can transition to, apply it to different areas, even though it doesn't mean, even though the case law or the act or whatever deals with something specific, and in particular, you can translate it to other areas. However, the government is now coming back and saying, well, listen, if you want to use this Hyde Amendment, we're going to make you prove that your income was under $2 million, which apparently is one of the requirements under the Hyde Amendment. So this is a smart move to make them stick to the legal standard that they're using. You want to use this act to try to recover this money? Fine. You're going to have to prove that you had on them $2 million. Can you do that? So it says on this bunch of case law, it says when challenged to eligibility, the party seeking such an award must do more than make a bare assertion that it meets the statutory criteria, which is what I just said. So, and the courts regularly hold that bare assertions of net worth are insufficient when, as here, there were contradictory evidence in the record about the plaintiff's net worth, such as contradictory evidence has included, for example, where the underlying cause of action began with the assertion that the plaintiff was a prospective buyer of a yacht. Mm. Here, as outlined, the trial record is replete with statements by McDavid himself attesting to his wealth, along with substantial documentary evidence showing the same. Even McDavid's motion for fees concedes that he must now liquidate real property and other assets in an attempt to pay outstanding legal fees, suggesting that the existence of property and assets, the value of which could cover such costs. Ooh, they dirty. Damn. So I guess this is an example. So from approximately March 2006 to December 2015, Kelly paid McDavid approximately $11,850,359 for his role as Kelly's business manager. Mm. See, now the defense can come back and count and challenge that, because they could say, well, shit, that's what he paid, but that doesn't mean it's what he is worth now, and that doesn't mean, definitely that he has that money or that liquid on hand to be able to show that his net worth, with all things considered, is above $2 million. Is under $2 million. Okay. McDavid testified that he is in the real estate and restaurant business and has owned a restaurant in Chicago since 2009. McDavid explained that the income from his real estate enterprises was substantial because he had 6 or 7 properties. So let me tell you where they're pulling from. So McDavid testified that from at least 2006 to 2013, he earned 10% of Mr. Kelly's earnings, which upon questioning from the counsel, he explained that he had made him a lot of money. These earnings include $1 million in commissions alone in 2008. Elsewhere, McDavid admitted that upon questioning that he made several million dollars working for R. Kelly. So I'm gonna tell you what they did. And this is the old trick to box motherfuckers in with their narrative or their bullshit or whatever. I guarantee you, that's why I scrolled it back up, because I don't know what it's going to reveal below, but I guarantee you the information, and they might not say it down below, but I don't know. But this is an example of that you have to watch what you say, because you never know when it's going to contradict you in the future. Remember, I said you got to watch what you say at trial, because if the shit don't go your way, when you get to the appeal, what you say at trial can contradict what you say on the appeal. So I guarantee you, they are pulling this information from, like, when he tried to make it seem like he didn't have to, shit R. Kelly out his money or whatever, that he was making a lot of money himself. So there was no need to shit R. Kelly out of his money, because R. Kelly was paying him good enough money and he didn't have to steal from him or whatever. Guarantee you, now it's coming back to haunt him when he's asking for his motherfucking fees. Well, let's see if anything gets revealed here. It says, because the trial record contradicts McDavid's present assertions that he did not have a net worth of $2 million at the time he was indicted, the government respectfully requests that the court begin by ordering an affidavit from McDavid attesting to his financial situation at the time of the July 2019 indictment, in light of the EAJA's requirements. And it says, insofar the district court was saying that an affidavit of net worth would be an efficient way of representing evidence. Let's see if I can guess the rest of. Hold on. Okay. So talk about this contradiction. What else could the government might say? They laid out what his. I don't know if they will touch upon whether or not, because of the time, because this was early on when they see, he said that R. Kelly, made him a rich man. I'm just using words. R. Kelly made him a rich man or whatever. I don't know if the government is going to say that, hey, they got some type of records or whatever. Maybe they got some evidence that show that McDavid's um assets right now is above $2 million. Let's see. Party under the EAJA, we agree with it. Government's investigation and prosecution of McDavid was not frivolous, vexatious, and in bad faith. So they didn't touch upon that. So maybe the defense, will have a chance to come back and say, "Hey, that was then. This is now." I don't know what McDavid's current financial affairs is right now, but hey, that could be one one defense to what the government is saying here. All right, it says on its merits, McDavid's motion nonetheless fails because it does not establish the government's investigation or prosecution of him was in any way frivolous, vexatious, and in bad faith, as the Hyde Amendment requires. It should not be discounted that a federal grand jury return an indictment, a threshold showing of probable cause against McDavid, nor should the court's denial of McDavid's request for a judgment of acquittal be forgotten or diminished itself, serving as a determination that there was evidence sufficient to sustain a conviction based on the government's case in chief. In arguing to the contrary, McDavid offers only self-serving and misleading excerpts from the trial record. A review of the case in its entirety shows the merit and propriety of the government's prosecution from start to finish. Case law. The EAJA, like other fee-shifting statutes, favors treating a case as an inclusive whole rather than autonomized line items. Accordingly, McDavid cannot prove he must, by a preponderance of the evidence, that the government position or conduct in this case was vexatious, frivolous, or in bad faith. For plain meaning to the language, blah blah blah, how it shall defendant prevail, pretrial appellate stages. A defendant must show the government's position underlying the prosecution, prosecutorial misconduct. They're just going in, redefining what the Hyde Act is really meant for, and how can a prevailing party recover under that act. Says indeed, McDavid's motion does not offer a description of prosecutorial misconduct or abuse in this matter that even approaches the threshold needed to surmount this daunting obstacle. Blah 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 blah. Jury the jury viewed the videos, so they keep going through and saying that their evidence was reasonable enough to bring charges against them. They talk about Van Allen here. It says he likewise ignores the presence of corroborating witnesses and documented documentary evidence that support in material fashion the recollections of Van Allen, Freeman, and Merle. For those above reasons, his motion should be denied. Says the government's investigation of prosecution and McDavid was vexatious. Okay. Vexus. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Never did. Hold on. We're going to look it up. Vexatious. Shit. Vexatious. I'm putting extra shit in the motherfucker. Vexatious. Okay. Um. So they saying that the government didn't act maliciously. Um. More of their argument. It says it wasn't frivolous. So just breaking down each element of that the Hyde Amendment says it wasn't frivolous. They're all saying that they had probable cause to bring this, and probably somewhere in here they're gonna probably say that they secured an indictment. So not only did they think it was a good idea to bring these charges, so did a grand jury probably somewhere in here. The argument of the government, the university include, for example, they got stuff. Okay, the undisputed existence of evidence. Okay, so I'll read this part. It says the undisputed existence of this evidence, coupled with the evidence the jury did hear, as well as the court's Rule 29 rulings substantiating the strength of that evidence, more than demonstrates the reasonableness of the government's conduct in its prosecution of McDavid. So, oh, that was a better read than the other stuff. Let me see something. Hold on. So that was 391. What was this? 392. And oh, this is scary because that means there's probably a 393 through 395 sitting on somebody else's fucking shit. I'm gonna do all that. Response as to judge. Okay, that's judgment of acquittals and shit like that. Okay, let me come on around there with y'all. So, let me drop all this link. So, looks like, and it looks like they want R. Kelly to come out them pockets for some more shit. And they're willing their rights to ask for this money, okay? Because the jury determined that he had victims. So, let me catch Linda. Mo, what's good with it? What's good with it? What's up, Sandra? Hey, Linda. Okay, is the state dropping the charges or is this the feds? when you say Illinois, I think yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Um, yeah. When I say Illinois, I be talking about the feds. Is the state dropping the charges? I don't know. We still waiting. we don't know. You understand what I'm saying? That was kind of I think them H&N news people put that out there. That's the first people I heard. And first, I think they was somebody they went ran with what Geronda said. Well, I don't know if there's ever been a time. Well, let me take that back. Most likely in a case like this, it's gonna be more than just her hearing about the state dropping some charges. They're probably gonna do it on a bring their ass to back to the podium and say, "Hey, we dropping the charges." And here's why: because they got to give an explanation to the public. See, this type of case is a public. Um, Let me see how to put this. It's on a big stage. Okay, I'll just put it like that. Plus, then when you start factoring in when they call it, like public awareness, the public need to know, you know, that this person they already coded him as a danger to society. So they're gonna come out and hit that podium and say, hey, he's a danger to society, but we're not gonna go after him, and here's why. They're not just gonna quietly drop it and tell nobody but Geronda. That's not how it works. No. Hey, don't tell nobody. But we dropping the charges. Okay? Happy New Year. Yeah, I discussed it last night. What's good with it, Ladybug 981? Yeah, I discussed it last night. I came back on afterwards. And girl, before it came on, child, I was trying to get into the mental state of people who sign up for those polyamorous or poly type relationships. And I just was trying to understand some shit. And when you know it, as you have it, New Black, came up and gave, uh, talked about, some things. New Black, New Black talked about some things, gave us a little insight or whatever. But yeah, girl, listen, Mo. When I was, because I've always wondered, and I just never had the time to do it. I was like, well, what would make somebody sign up for some shit like that, And so I'm going to talk about, I was, say, okay, just assume I'm in the shit at 18, which is still young. But I knew at 16, I was never going to sign up for no, well, I got to share, motherfucker. I'm coming in and I knowing I got to share. Nah, that ain't what I do. Nope. Nope. I don't even want to hear no conversation about no shit like that. I ain't never had nobody even approach me about no shit like that. I got somebody, but I really like y'all. Whatever bullshit they tell them people that talk people into being side chicks and shit like that. I thought that I was going to find that poly lifestyle, it was some trauma involved, or it was some kind of bullshit that plays some kind of insecurities or something, low self-esteem, shit that would to me would be associated with you signing up with some bullshit like that and staying in it. Girl, I found out that it's really normal and ain't nothing behind the reason that people think that way, other than they didn't find success in monogamous relationship. Like, huh? So, New Black. Right, right, right. I just think, as a person that sits back, and I know you do, kind of profile somebody's, psychological bullshit, see what's going on. It's just certain people when they say certain things, I'm not gonna put too much stock in it. And especially if I know the process, I'm be like, I'll wait on that. I'll wait to hear that from the people. I might reference that she said it, but try to sit up there and push it as though it was fact. No, I ain't doing that. New Blackie crazy. But yeah, ain't no kind of play no. Nah, New Black. No, ain't no playing that kind of game.
Hey, Angie.
Hey, Miss Tanya, how you doing?
Yeah, I was blocked yesterday. I don't know why.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
It says your host blocked you. Must have been from an old stream or something.
Oh,
Yeah. I saw half that stuff last night.
oh, you did.
Yeah, listen. Let me just say this. Um, you gotta take responsibility for what you do. You don't know what these stars do day or night. You see them out in the public. They look nice, but probably behind the scenes they're just as miserable as anybody else. Look at Mommy Dearest, Joanne Crawford. Look how that I saw that movie. Oh God, she was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Even her own son didn't want to go home to see her. Okay, so what I'm saying is, I like R. Kelly's music, but he's got to take his L, man.
Mm.
I don't know. His lawyers is trying to help him tooth and nail, but I'll, uh, just a second. I'll be right there.
You, uh, you said his wife is trying to help him,
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Just a second. Yeah.
huh? All right.
Yeah, they got. I'm
Uh,
sorry. I got somebody coming over, but just for a minute, I'd like to say everybody's got to take their L on this. Everybody.
mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not just R. Kelly. Everybody. You know.
Yeah, it's accountability is the name of the game.
Yeah.
It's the word.
Yeah.
It's the word.
They're trying to they're trying to put Trump accountability for that Capitol riot. That but like I said before, Lonnie, Angie, if there was a whole bunch of black people that saw that Capitol building, they would have shot them dead to rights. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Since there was white people, no problem. It was a whole bunch of niggas there. They said shoot them, no questions asked, and they wiped the blood off the White House. It would have been the Blood House instead of the White House. Am I wrong?
All right. You're right.
Thank you very much. And I say the Supreme Court should be a term limit job, not a lifetime appointment.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, one guy said he disagreed with it,
Yeah. It
but
shouldn't be a
I say it
lifetime.
should be the Supreme Court should be a term limit job. But I just wanted to say hi to you and Happy New Year to you, and hope to see you soon again. But like I
Okay.
but like I said before, everybody's got to take their L on this. Everybody. from the
Right.
girls to everybody that was involved in this. All they saw
Mm,
was money. That's what it was. Everybody that was R. Kelly's handlers, the money. Everything was the money. Okay, everybody's got to have their L, have to take their L on this.
right. Right.
Everybody, not just him. Everybody. If it's
Yeah.
not one, it's not all of them. All right, peaches there, Angie.
Okay.
I
All
got
right.
one back on my channel, so I should be live in a couple days.
Okay. Okay.
All right, all
All
right.
right. Thing.
Thank
Okay.
you. Peaches.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hmm. What's good with it? What's good with it, Arkansas? What's good with it? I hope you're getting your life together in 2023, Arkansas. Get it together. Woo! Honey. So, but most so, I some take the biggest takeaway I took is like they were highlighting all those what they call them so-called enablers, handlers. I call them motherfuckers that was around or maybe not around or whatever. And I'm like, well, why y'all flashing them people pictures all up on on the screen like that? I don't like shit like that. You ain't got to tell every goddamn thing. Like, ugh, they didn't give a damn. They put them people pictures on that screen. Like, here they go. And and I don't know if they knew that Cash Jones has been somewhat of a mystery, somewhat, but not really so much. They put our ass on the motherfucking screen too. Everybody's on the big stage now, baby. It's over. Like, oh my god. And this is why I don't like shit like this, Sam, because we know that shit can go from a documentary to a motherfucking goddamn indictment. You got to. I don't trust shit because we done seen it happen. Arkansas, don't worry about it. Oh, but yeah, you can't. You have to pay attention. I don't like shit like that. What were they trying to illustrate? And tonight, I cannot be looking up at y'all comments. Start laughing. Yeah. Oh my goodness, but Mo, like, I was really trying to understand. Because then you start, okay, two of them girls, I call girls and women interchange. I ain't trying to say no bullshit, whatever. But two of them girls there is one too many for me. But then when you start looking at the dates and all this shit, it was more than that. And then they said that polyamorous lifestyle said be consensual, child. Yeah. Shit, you might have to lock me in a goddamn room. I'm sitting up here. Uh uh. Huh? But here's the thing, right? They said that people prefer those lifestyles or whatever from the person that's at the center of it to the people surrounding it. It's usually a dude and a girl surrounding it because they don't have to lie and all that bullshit or whatever. Make up. How them men be doing or whatever. Because the guy don't have to lie you know and say who he was with. He don't have to do that. No, girl. You picked that up too, Miss Mo. Yeah, it's like why you keep focusing on these extra people. What did you try? You trying to give us a hint? You trying to tell the people you better get your money together and fly over there to a non-extradition goddamn country, cause we coming like a thief in the night. We coming. Damn. Uh. And as you know, it was already in somebody's documentary or whatever. It's already on their motherfucking desk in a file. Some goddamn well. Somebody working it. See, I would be so nervous that I would get my goddamn lawyer, or if I don't have one, hire one, and have them go hunt down and see, is it my name on some paperwork somewhere? A lawyer can get that information. They ain't gonna tell your ass nothing. But a lawyer can get it. Or they can look around enough to kind of put it together, see if your ass is on the motherfucking radar. Is my client on the radar? Shit, is my client on the radar? Sure they can. Yes, the expert. Hey, what's good with it, Mo? What's good with it?
Hey, Angie, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine. How you doing? Happy New Year.
I am doing all right. I don't know why I didn't get your notification, but I'll go back and listen to the replay because last night when I was watching it, I said, I need Angie to get a panel or something so we can talk about what I'm seeing. And you know, my perspective is always a little, I see both sides, but I also tend to focus on the mental health side. But I will say for me last night, it just felt so loaded. It felt like they were saying something without saying something. They kept pointing out people's names and quite frankly, even the lady that was in the yellow. I know she's on YouTube.
That's my friend.
Okay, I don't even recall. Did I ever talk to her? Like, how would I remember her?
I don't think so, but they probably have been in here a couple times when you've been on the panel.
And I just didn't know who was who. Because like I don't see the people in real life. We're looking at avatars and stuff. So so even showing her, it's like they kept showing her over and over and what she was doing and what have you in this ominous way. But but you never quite fully got the impression of, are they saying that something is coming? Are they hoping something is coming? Have they dug deeper into her potential role? And maybe we'll get some more of that tonight. I don't know, but it felt for me almost heavier than the first time. To me, the first two, the third one I didn't like, but this last one, was I think getting back more to that first formula. But it just felt so much heavier because at least the first two, you kind of felt like they were very overt and direct in what they were trying to communicate. R. Kelly is, based upon what they were describing, a monster of sorts, a sexual predator of some sort, and that nothing had been done about it, and this is long-standing. And then there was kind of this, carrot at the end that said, hey, there's some people who helped him do it too. This one, I'm not even sure what the core message is that they are trying to convey.
That's what I was going to say. It was heavier in the area of, putting a spotlight on these extra people, whatever. It was very light and to me worth nothing to repeat, like the stuff that we already know. That that was that little, and they didn't stay on it long, but it was like they focused so much on these extra people and shit. And then when they put them people faces up as exhibits and shit up there, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, you crossing the line. You got these people pictures up.
Yeah, I mean, in
Lying.
videos and showing people's phones and what they have stuff, and so like my
Yes.
boyfriend, he he listened to it in the background just because I'm listening to it, but he doesn't pay attention to it at all. But I said, well, watch this with me because the game, of course, had went off and what have you with everything. So I was like, well, watch this so you can see what I'm talking about because I think some of these people are actually people from YouTube and stuff that I've seen on YouTube, and he's looking at it and he's just like, who are all these people? And so is it about R. Kelly or is it about all these people?
Right.
And so for him to do it, and he's not even seen he never saw any of the documentaries.
Mhm.
Never. So I knew it wasn't just me that had that impression. But
Right.
my whole thing is, okay, so what are y'all trying to do? Or what are you trying to get us to understand?
Yeah.
I don't know. And also I didn't get, for me, I was looking more for some more confirmation, specifically for the lady in the yellow, right? It was like they didn't fully confirm what role she would or would not have had in that situation. Obviously, there's some connection, but it's like almost they were showing it like they don't know what her role is.
Yeah. It was crazy. It was evil. And then they gonna point out the people say they the part of the enterprise and shit. I'm like, oh hell no.
Yeah.
You know, hell no. Like I don't trust no shit like this. And my thing is, but I wanna ask them, well, did they know that they was being filmed or they had little excerpts that somebody could have entered in or whatever? Because obviously somebody was filming your ass and talking to you. Do you remember doing this? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah.
I don't trust their ass. I don't trust the people.
And
But
I mean, and clearly, I mean, at least the part that I was so shocked at was at one point, I guess the camera crew had come in, towards her, and she's on the phone and showing, yeah, and this and that, but she was kind of talking more so like, I'm a fan, at that point. And then she seems to be outside by herself, and then Miss Rogers is outside, and they kind of doing the stare down from across the street, and I'm like, and I'm thinking, okay, well, if the court case is going on right now, and she says I'm there every day and all this and that, I'm like, so what is she outside for?
Girl, it was weird.
And then I'm thinking back to the stuff they were saying on YouTube around that time too. So now I'm like, do I need to go back to July and start going back to some lives to figure out what was going on?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, baby, we know. Life has a tendency. Your ass end up on one of them documentaries. Your ass might end up on one of them indictments.
That's what it felt like.
Yes, I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, it felt like it was kind of trying to help us build some form of outrage towards them, which I think many people already have for people who had helped in some way. But then it didn't, I guess, it didn't feel like a straight shot. It just felt like, okay, we're going to just spray all over and throw some names out there and y'all do the rest.
Exactly. Y'all figure it out.
Yeah.
We're trying to tell you. Get your affairs in order. I don't know what the hell is going on. That was the first thing, because I'm trying to tell you, like, every little break, I'm like, okay. And when they get back to the story, here they got another goddamn little piece from, people that's not really, in this thing. I'm like, why do they keep focusing on this area of this particular, situation? Like, why they keep focusing on these people? What are you trying to tell us?
Yeah. And I mean, obviously the court case was an enterprise, but it's like they focused, like they barely talked about actual R. Kelly, it felt like. And maybe that was, again, that's me just looking at it from, No,
that wasn't just you. It was me. I was like, okay, well, when they going? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I know how they work, baby. I know how they work. When they start putting them people, that was strategic. Putting those people pictures up there like they got them in exhibits, and they say exhibit this one, exhibit that. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So I went ahead and explained. I said, now look here, now anybody I sat there and agreed to cooperate with those people, that's all fine, well and dandy. But let me tell you this right here. That agreement only extends to what y'all agreed upon. And if you lie, that agreement does not cover that lie. And if you didn't tell everything and something pops up, that agreement don't cover that unless they say it covers it. So I'm just trying to tell you now, you think you be scot-free, well, they tap you on your shoulder. They'll figure out a way to get your ass. If it's an agreement, and so you have to be careful. If it's an agreement under the feds, they might find a way to get you up on it, with the state. They might try to get you in a different jurisdiction. It's a bunch of ways. Listen.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm gonna ask another thing, and maybe you already talked about this too. So for me, I was also focused on, or what stood out to me was not who they had speaking and who they were talking about, but kind of who they didn't have. So like clearly they were bringing back some old footage from the original interviews that we had not seen to help try to confirm some things like, hey, we knew about this, but we just didn't share it at that time. But then you have people like, for instance, Demetrius definitely was on the first surviving R. Kelly's. And they never brought back any of his clips, though. They just showed his mugshot as if he was just some new person. But why didn't y'all go back and pull some of his footage?
Yeah.
Then you're showing Azriel, clearly she's not a part of it as far as giving any direct interview. And, some of these other people, and then you have a very set number of people that you have together and interacting and talking about their experiences. And so, again, I'm just kind of wondering, where are you trying to take us with this?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because you're saying something without saying it. They didn't put Miss Alice on there because I know that she didn't want to talk nothing about no motherfucking text messages. She don't want to talk about that no more.
Well, I kind of thought. And I wonder, will they bring any of these things up that, we know this additional information or whatever? Because to me, it felt like, they did have Angelo up there.
Yeah.
And they did not really reference any of that. And I get that might not be the point of this. But I feel like when you say final chapter, I'm looking for this full cumulative view of this entire thing of like, hey, once we opened Pandora's box, literally all hell broke loose, and we really found out way more than what we had ever anticipated. It's kind of what I went into it assuming it would be about, but now I don't even know how they can put a bow on this, and I'll be very interested to see what they do tonight because I'm just shocked.
Yeah. I think maybe they might touch upon the trial because I saw them talking about Aaliyah and stuff like that. Maybe they'll touch upon the trial.
Maybe.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm serious. I was like, okay. What you trying to tell us?
Yeah.
What you trying to tell us? Because you keep. And there was no need for you to keep going. Okay, here's the thing. There was no need for you to saturate little excerpts from, little pieces from, the Enterprise, whatever, all, throughout it. You could have talked about them, them at, in one little lump and move on. You could have done that. Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, you didn't have to scatter those people pictures up there at different times and whatever. You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. I bet then I think you dry snitched on Suzette Mayweather because every time you talked about her, you put that old person that was behind that silhouette or that partition, and then it says Suzette Mayweather said this him. And then the person behind the partition says some kind of variation of what Suzette Mayweather said. And we do know that when Suzette Mayweather was talking, when they released her text messages or whatever, it was in the form of an employee. So
yes,
stop playing with me.
yes.
I'm like,
And I mean, it's almost like they gave some people confidentiality, but then they didn't. Okay, so perfect example. They said Jane Doe, and then they just would flash to Azriel and said Azriel's testimony was great, and it, or or whatever they would say about it. So it's like, so why are you still referencing her as Jane Doe if you're clearly identifying? Why not just say Azriel testified as Jane Doe? So it's like a lot of those things where they were saying stuff without saying stuff. But but you could clearly put that together in the same thing. I was right there with you with the Mayweather, and I always had assumed that was who might have been, just from putting together all the pieces that have been discussed in this sector. Okay. I had always assumed that it made sense that it was the twin, and then once she took the stand, it was like, okay, for me that was confirmation. But like, to me, they overtly did it in plain sight.
Yeah.
Right there. And
well, why you here then? Like,
why would you do that?
If you was gonna come, excuse me for eating this M&M, but why would you hide her if you was gonna come out at a later date and put on blast? Why y'all do some bullshit?
Exactly. The only thing that I could think about that is that it could be that Suzette took part in the one massive interview or interviews over the first two, but then when it came time for this one, she was like, I don't want to be a part of it. So maybe they were just pulling chunks of her old interview like they did with Geronda, and it was definitely Geronda that I know they pulled from her old interview and just showed it, like to say, okay, well, this was already said. I don't know.
Right. And now, do you remember them ever having Kim Fox in it before?
No. I was shocked when I saw her on the screen.
I was shocked, yeah. She had a look Jerry curl up there. I was like, look at Kim Fox.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, last time, especially if nothing else, you would have thought that she would have been featured in, I think, not The Reckoning, but there was one Aftermath or something like that after, because there's 3 of them. Everybody keeps saying it's 3, but 3 already happened. There's 4 now total with this new one, right?
I was thinking that because I thought they do something every January.
It was 3 of them. So we had the first one, we had the second one, and then I think we had The Reckoning, which was the second one, and then we had the Aftermath or something like that. And that was really short, and it wasn't really nothing to it. They really just kept replaying the same thing. So then we have this one, but even so, if nothing else, The Reckoning, why wouldn't they have talked to Kim Fox then?
Yeah. Yeah, because she was instrumental, when this thing first started. So I don't know, It was crazy, and I didn't know that. What's her name? Kitty and Lizette had a shouting match at the courthouse.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
When she said that, and they were kind of laughing about it, I said, well, when did that happen? Because I thought I had all the information.
When that happened? I thought I knew. Yes, and then go ahead.
And they gave it without any context either. They just said, yeah, it was a tense time. All of us, we finally got to meet each other. Yeah, we had a screaming match. Ha ha. On to the next thing. And I'm like,
what?
What did y'all have a screaming match about?
Can you give us a little context? What? And then when they brought the cook out, the lady who said she was a cook, she was making sandwiches at some point, living there, and how close she was to. And did you see how they drug Diana Clopen all through it?
Diana really got a bad end of a stick. I'm gonna tell you.
Got it bad, didn't she? I'm like, girl, Diana, girl.
Yeah.
Diana. Yeah, they was like talking about her ass.
Yeah.
I'm like, Lifetime must be said, okay, this is the final frontier. We're gonna let it all hang out. We're gonna tell what y'all been, what y'all been wondering on, whatever.
Yeah.
It was really strange. Really strange.
Yeah. And but at first, like for instance, we knew the story about allegedly Faith after the premiere, and somebody, an employee is all they kept saying. It was an employee who, said I got a picture on the phone and get in the car and meet at Applebee's and all this good stuff. And so we knew that. And then all of a sudden they're like, let's put a name to that one. And we knew people were getting flown out. Let's put a name to that one. So they said, Cash
Yeah.
Jones, we're going to specifically point you. And maybe that's because it was a documentary. Maybe Shabazz or somebody who knows the industry a little bit better can explain, because I guess maybe before, because it was all still alleged and hadn't gone through the court of law, they didn't put as many faces to names as
Yeah, they did.
they had previously. And now they're like, okay, now if we want to put a bow on this, we're going to take no prisoners. Let's just call everybody out by name.
Yeah, and okay. And Dr. Rice, you better be goddamn careful. Ain't you individual one or something like that, or three, one piece of paperwork?
Oh no.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. He was the one that was on the phone call, allegedly. Let me say allegedly, with Azrael. When when they rounded up and got the person who bombed the house, and yeah, she was and it wasn't Cash Jones mentioned in that paperwork too.
I know Cash Jones was referenced because weren't they related in some way?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the Michael Williams paperwork. The Michael, no, that's the Michael Williams is the one with the blowing the house up. The R-Line guy is the one I think had the indictment with Dr. Rice, alleged, whoever individual one or whatever those people, whoever's on the phone with Azrael, but he dropped the call with him speaking to Azrael. So I mean, I don't have to really say allegedly, but I will. So shit, if your ass be, they're gonna put your picture up there with them praying hands you be holding on. Your ass gonna be on that too. But on this next goddamn installment, I'm gonna really holler. Oh,
Yeah. I think the next installment is not gonna be a Surviving R. Kelly. It's gonna be Surviving YouTube, because
yeah,
that's what it looks like it's pointing to, is a whole bunch of people that, quite frankly, I mean, maybe I'm just out of the loop on it, besides the people that I know or have heard names of on here. But it's like these people are otherwise unremarkable, as far
yeah,
as nobody knows these people's names. I just keep calling her the lady in the yellow. I don't remember. I know she was on here only because I think when Atmos pointed out, he said like this is somebody from the Enterprise or what have you, but I haven't been able to catch all of them, all the lives and stuff like I used to. So
right,
I don't even know who is
right.
who and what, but it's like, what's your purpose of pointing out this person who otherwise is what? Interacting in a circle about what, 2,000, 3,000 people that on YouTube?
Exactly. Exactly. And this look, and then what? And this is how I know they own to us. I always tease. I said we gonna have to shut it down because I'm already operating down here under assumed motherfucking goddamn information and shit. They're gonna shut us all down. They're gonna find us. But I already know they done found us because it's too many people from this little area that have made it onto the big. Oh, now they're on the big stage now, but they have
Yeah.
made it onto the little, on a bigger platform. With all these shenanigans that done occurred and went on, whatever. I know they done set up that they done did their homework, and they like, okay, let me see what we got down here. We got um Dubowski Gun. We got Kevin Terrell. We got official at the Dana J. We got our channel by Andrew. We got
Yeah.
no, you don't want to be on nobody's radar. Like, god damn, you know.
I was so nervous, because with Debo and everything. I was so nervous at one point when they started talking about, people online and whatever. And then when they got in front of that courthouse and we know all the stuff, I was like, please don't. Because at that point they were shooting off so many names of people that I'm like, well, what you talking about them for? And what about this person off to the side? I'm like, okay, so out of y'all, I was saying, if they show Dana face, I'm gonna fall out. If they show Debo face, I'm gonna fall out. I was nervous because they just kept flashing people up there. And I'm like, how deep are they gonna dig at this point?
Baby, honey, one thing I know about it, I know if they flash that goddamn Levi face up there, honey, he gonna act the whole fool, baby. I'm gonna be so.
It's over. It is over. If they show that, if they even show his YouTube emoji, I'm telling you right now, he gonna start drafting up paperwork and carrying on so bad.
Yeah, he gonna put his ass in jail, girl. And I'm trying to tell you, baby, I'm gonna die. And when Miss Boom, when Boom Boom say, honey, she ready to see Kevin Terrell on there, baby, that boy, I don't know if he is so little that they can't catch him on the camera because they don't come. Somebody said that was Trevin that was holding the banner. I'm like, oh no, Trevin definitely like to be on the low. Lord have mercy. Now they got him on the screen.
I saw two people. They went by so quick I couldn't pick up on. Did. Yeah, on who was who with that. But still, once they started showing that kind of part, and then they were showing outside of that courtroom with the lady with the tattoo. Because I remember around that same time, I think it was Diva and somebody else. They had got into a little argument that was on the news, And I said, oh gosh, if they start pulling up all these people, we're never gonna hear the end of it.
Exactly.
But luckily they did not. Luckily they did not.
Yeah, I'm just hoping, please, Lifetime, just leave us alone down here in this sector. I don't know what's wrong with these. I don't know these people. Don't pull up no screenshots and shit like that. So they start pulling up screenshots. And, oh Lord.
Well, and I mean again, oh Lord. And if anything, I will say that. And Debo knows I never had any issue with him, at all. Yeah. But I felt like, okay, well, that one might have been potentially fair game if they brought him up because that's how it was portrayed in the media, was that super fan or a fan of R. Kelly, whatever. So I was like thinking that they were going to try to say, look, if it went this far or what have you, but they didn't go there.
Yeah.
And it kind of made me wonder, okay, but why didn't you go there? Because it seemed like you're digging up everything else.
Thank you. You're digging us up.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Like, oh Lord, please, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That would be it, honey. If I see that Dana flash across there, I know he gonna have a fit. Child, it's gonna be too much. Too much.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping they just close. I don't know what all they got in store for us tonight. I hope they just close this shit out and go away.
I think so too, because this is gonna stir up enough just by itself.
Yes. Got these people plastered up here, and they put they kept referencing Cash Jump. You see how many times they reference Cash? See, I pay attention to shit like that. Why you keep referencing that girl?
They referenced her, I felt like almost more than anybody. Her and Diana, I felt got the biggest spotlight placed on them without having the spotlight placed on them. It was like they just kept, every time they would bring out a little piece of that transcript.
They brought a little piece of transcript out there. I'm like, y'all done went through, hey Regina, y'all done went through the transcript. Oh hell no. Girl, let me tell you something, and I'm gonna pass out and die and flip over and pass out again if they have Atmos up there reading them transcripts. Honey, I'm gonna be done. Lord, Atmos, they got you. They got the transcript, man. They got to read.
But at the same time, I kind of, not saying that I want them to highlight people who are not interested in being highlighted, but at the same time, I do feel like it's a little one-sided in how they present it, because they do always talk about who's still against the victims or who's still supporting R. Kelly. And there is what I feel is a very dynamic group of people. And quite frankly, what we know to now be the majority of Americans based upon surveys and stuff that definitely just immediately threw him out with the bathwater. Like, nope, done with R. Kelly, or then you got people like OCOV and what have you. I wonder why didn't they shine some light on the fact that there is another side to this coin where there are people who are vehemently standing with them, aside from, I know they went more with the Me Too and that sort of stuff. But if you're going to point out that there's this social media presence that's rather ominously attacking victims and parents, why didn't you point out the other side of it is that there are people who are reviewing the transcripts and, breaking this thing down and, trying to do what they can to support some of the victims as well, and how people can maybe be a part of that if they desire to be.
Right. Or better, or as I would say, you got other people that's attacking the motherfuckers that's attacking the victims.
Yeah.
So that would be even. That would be even. I don't know why they won't pick that up. That's what I'm saying. Like, how far are they digging down? So that would be, that would be something to show. But unless they just trying to paint them as, people that are still, there are still people, or they're trying to say there are still people that's believing in his innocence, that's assisting them here and there along the way or whatever. I don't know what they're trying to tell us. They're trying to tell us something.
And I even thought, as I pondered it more last night before I went to sleep, I thought, okay, so are we really trying to drill down? Obviously, the fact that Joy is still out there is a message that we're hearing via multiple channels at this point in recent days and weeks. And so are they trying to set this foundation for these people are potentially still involved in this capturing or this, what is it called when you hold somebody, false imprisonment, or, whatever, those sorts of things? Are they trying to do that to say, okay, well, another case needs to come, but now not directly for him, but for these people specifically in reference to her? Or I don't know. I mean, obviously, the Joy piece is very, very concerning. But at the same time, they didn't give us enough context to, well, where is she and what is going on? And do you know that to be, or are you just trying to say, I want to put enough speculation out there into the world for people to just decide for themselves what might be going on from here?
Right. And I would just wish, and that anybody just take the R. Kelly element out of it, take whatever, take the fact that Joy is wrong, what had happened in the past, whatever. We have all gotten into something with our children or our parents. And now my family's a little different, so I ain't gonna make no excuses for them. But you got a set of parents out here that is word sick. I don't care how you view them or whatever. And if your ass is a parent, more important as a human being, and if you can get close to the girl or close to the situation, got to let that girl tell that girl to call her parents. That would mean the world to them to hear her voice. And hopefully the parents don't be on that, you got to come home, you got to do this, you got to talk to sense in, because that's not what you do on that first call. And you know that yourself. You know how to, you can speak more to that than to me, than I can. You can't, the first call, you can't bag them. Oh, you need to come on. That goes nowhere. And that only sometimes push back the little progress you done made. But them people need to hear that girl's voice. This is bullshit. This is the part. I'm not, I don't take no sides, whatever. But I'm going to take a side when it comes to some parenting shit. I die for mine. I go to hell and back and wherever else I got to go. I don't want to hear shit about nobody's grown. Give a fuck about that. Okay. You steal somebody's child. Okay, I don't care about that. And given the circumstances, whatever, somebody just simply want to hear their kids'
Yeah.
voice or whatever. That is not a big ask. That's, to me, that's just not. God damn. Like,
And
come
that's
on.
the part, and Angie, that's the part for me too that I don't understand R. Kelly and based upon what he said, Joy's take on this. And just hear me out on that. If I'm now, I have these charges, and I'm facing a court case, and I already got convicted of one, situation, two situations. If nothing else, I'm gonna say, and people do this all the time in the street, say, look, just you don't gotta truly mean it, you don't gotta nothing, but it's gonna help me out. Go over there and get right with them real quick. Just at least tell them you
Yeah.
cool. What have you, just pick up the phone real quick and just tell them you cool, so that I can possibly get this situation that I'm under and I can come home.
Yeah.
Now call that right, wrong, indifferent, but people do it every day, right?
Yeah.
Where street stuff happen, and the girlfriend or whoever it is like, no, I don't deal with them anymore. I'm not fooling with them. And they get on that phone and say, look, I know how you feel, what have you, but I'm trying to come home. At least reach out to them and say, look, it's all good, it's over, whatever, so that I can have a better opportunity of coming home. I don't understand this, like, dig your heels in and still don't at least, even if you're just picking up the phone to say, look, I don't agree with how things happen with my partner. I don't like how things have happened. I don't like what y'all have done. I get that y'all are saying y'all want to be, have this relationship or what have you. But right now, I'm just saying that I'm upset. I'm going to need some time. Right? Something that's at least neutral. And if nothing else, I'm going to tell you, I would go the farthest extreme. You got me in a situation like this because there's this perception. Go. Leave. When I get out, we can get back to it and figure stuff out. But I'm going to want to keep some separation, or at least try to prove to these people, this is not what I did. I don't have anything to do with this. And if you really are in love with that person, it would be nothing for you to pick up that phone, call your mom, call somebody, call your little baby sister who didn't have anything to do with anything. Call her. Because you know how that special bond is oftentimes with sisters as well. I might not be talking to my mama, but I could call one of my sisters up and they can at least transfer a little message here or there. She, for real though, Mom, she's cool. She's just mad at you. Do something, facilitate some means of communication so that this dust can settle. I don't understand this still. I'm not going to talk to a single member of my family at all. Even the people who did nothing, to grandma's situation, that would have been a perfect opportunity. Even just picking up that phone, calling grandma and saying, Granny, I heard you're sick. I'm so sorry to hear that. Send a arrangement to the funeral. Something.
Yeah.
What's the point of it? That's the part of it that doesn't look good. And you can't tell me that no attorney did not tell them, send that girl home. Let her call home. Do something. You can't tell me they wouldn't have given that advice.
I gave it before it even started.
Did you?
He need to send them two home because this gonna be a problem. Before he was even locked up, he need to send them home because that man done showed up with a bat and he got that Bluetooth on one side of his ear and shit, and he talking to people. This is gonna be a problem. Trying to tell you. And when you that doesn't mean that it would have stopped an investigation. That doesn't mean that. But what I'm saying, you wanna kind of lessen your blows as many as you can. I don't know what would have happened with Jane Doe number 5 had he sent her, told her to go home or whatever. Made him go change the locks. You got to get the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? You got to change. Listen, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
that type of situation. And my thing is this coming up, coming up right before he's going to get sentenced again. It further kind of cements the idea that you are kind of preventing her from doing what, talking to her computer, her family or whatever. So it is kind of giving a you controlling type,
Yes.
that narrative. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
even though it might not be true or whatever, but the optics, even in a legal situation, it it holds weight. So
Yes.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, two people can be standing together, they don't even know each other. One person is standing there selling drugs. You just standing there, you don't know what the hell going on. You know how the people sell drugs, they put it all, they do all kind of however they do it.
Yes.
Cops come up, bust both of y'all. It's the optics. You
Yes.
standing there, how you don't know what's going on. That's what they're gonna
Exactly.
say. How you don't know what's going on. Now you are put in a position where you got to prove that I do not know what's going on. And I
Yeah.
don't have anything to do with it. That's how this
Yeah.
works. Like, so you have to, god damn, like, even if she don't go home, just let her get on the phone or something. It's
Or quite
and
frankly, tell her to go live like Kim Kardashian for a little bit. Like it'd be different if we were seeing her, even like we did at first. To some degree, I think that's even what helped create the narrative that some people have of no, they were never controlled. Is when they did send her out to the mall and had her down on Rodeo Drive, saying she was shopping, and TMZ took the videos or whatever. Some people took that as, look, she looked fine to me, right?
yeah,
Whether that was truly the case or not. But like, why not still at least let her be seen? Let her be, at least appear to the outside world that she's living life on her own terms. You don't get that when you don't see them, you don't hear them, you don't, like nobody can really
you don't
get
get
a
that.
full idea. Why would you hold that? That, like you said, is what gives the impression of somebody's controlling her,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
where is there not at least one friend somewhere,
Yeah,
one
yeah, and
friend
see,
somewhere that can say, she talks to me all the time. Here's her voice right here on my phone. You can hear her and she's good. You don't get anything. That
yeah,
creates a lot of undue concern if you're saying that she's fine and she's doing this on
right,
her own.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's my I have to think. I'm always think as a parent first. I don't give a damn about none of that other shit. I don't care nothing about she ain't in school. I don't care about she on no job. I don't care about none of that. Only thing I'm just caring about is, hey, what is the problem? You getting on that phone and saying, hey, I'm okay or whatever. Even if you don't wanna release your whereabouts or whatever, I'm okay.
Hmm.
Living my life, blah blah blah, whatever it is.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to accept this because she's of age, and it to
Yeah.
some degree you have to accept. To some degree, you got to accept that she's making her own choices. Now,
Hmm.
if those choices are coming by some influence or whatever, that's not. I don't know how to set up here. That ain't for me to discuss. I don't know about all that. All I know is, it like, oh my gosh, mm, mm. you know, um, I know somebody that deal that, you know, works in high major crimes and high crimes and shit. They have a lot of cases on on sex trafficking and stuff like that. It's big here. It's major. There are certain support groups and shit like that that's all around this city that are geared to helping families of people like that or whatever. But a lot of cases that they do get start as missing persons, and then then one of the places they look into is in like whether they've been sex trafficking, things of that nature, whatever. And those people, the parents and the family members of those missing people, and sometimes they perceive them to be dead and all that type of shit. It takes a toll on them. That unit spends more time talking to the parents and the family members and the friends of those people. You know, and I've heard those conversations. I was like, oh my God, I can't deal with this. Him. I was no wonder y'all get fucked up all the time. I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this, baby. Cause my ass, see, I would break the rules. That's me. I would break the goddamn law. It ain't shit for me. I'm like, look here, bitch. I'm finna grab your hand and we finna bust. I'm finna put your ass in this car and we gonna figure something out. Now you gonna come with me or whatever, and we're gonna be on the run, goddamn it, because that's what.
Oh gosh, no.
And I'm gonna go in Publix real quick and get us some chicken and shit. No, never mind. I can't do that. I'm gonna have to put the child locks on the car, and we're gonna run through Wendy's, and we just gonna be some fast food because we ain't getting out this car till we figure some shit out. I ain't playing around.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, baby. Some will click in me and say, hey, Angie, do something impulsive. Not a problem. I'll figure it out later. Yeah, so it's like when you hear those people, man, I don't be wanting to hear about what they did to it and this, that, and the third, whatever shit. You ain't been in a situation where somebody done something to you and your ass done forgave them or y'all got back together, whatever, and you think about what facilitated what the people did to you, whatever. I ain't saying they moved in this situation, the parents moved in this situation the correct way, but shit, what is the correct way? They ain't have no motherfucking pamphlet. Just like
that's how I feel about it. You know? I agree. I feel like they at times have been moving out of desperation. All of the parents, quite frankly, and that's the reason why some people on both sides really come down on the parents, and I've always reserved that because I'm not even a parent, but I can tell you right now, something go down with my niece, I'm gonna do whatever it takes. And the same thing with some parents. You know how it is when they're with somebody's dating somebody that we think is bad for them. Some parents will try everything. Some of them will try to say, I'm gonna get closer to them because I don't want to drive the child away, and that way they'll figure it out on their own. Some people will say, well, I'm gonna try to embarrass you out of the relationship. I'm gonna try to forbid you from being in a relationship. I'm gonna call the cops. I'm gonna try to file charges on them. Like, people are gonna try whatever they desperately can. At the same time, and I always got to go a little textbook on it. Like this most recent thing that Mr. Savage has been doing. There is, I even think that they could be getting advice to do this, and just hear me out on this. When it comes to people who are missing persons and things like that, it is recommended via the literature to, if you have reason to believe, or quite frankly, if you don't even know if that person is still with us or what have you. And the same thing when it comes to people who are in abusive relationships, it's what we call always keep the light on, right? And so they encourage you to always just periodically speak out in some way, shape, or form, because you never know when a moment will come when that person might see it, or when the people who are normally guarding them will let their guard down in some way, shape, or form, or if they see it and it just is giving them internal hope. And so they do encourage people to do that. If you have someone who is missing, an unsolved case, different sorts of things like that, or if there's domestic violence, we always encourage that you keep the light on and periodically you just keep getting out in front. Now, there is at least one very significant case that we can think of where we know that this was actually helpful. If people remember back to Amanda Berry, the Amanda Berry case, that was the one where and a lot of people might remember it from the guy when he said dead giveaway, when the girl ran out of the room and grabbed onto the black man, and the black man was like, I knew something was going on because it was a dead giveaway. You know, this white lady just coming and grabbing me. Well, that Amanda Berry case had gone on since I was a small child. I remember when she went missing. And her parents every single year would get onto the news. And they would, you know, and at that point, a lot of people just thought that they were dead, right? Because they had heard not a peep. He was keeping them literally chained inside of the house, right?
Yep.
And every year, those parents would keep the light on at the advice of law enforcement and at the advice of mental health professionals. And they would come out, you know, and get on the news and say, if you're out there, you know, we're still looking for you, you know, that sort of thing. And Amanda Berry herself and the other people who were captive, they said at one point he did kind of let the guard down and let them watch just basic channels of the TV. And she said at one time or a couple of times, she saw her mother after he had been telling her for years and years, nobody's looking for you, you know, nobody cares about you. And she had started to believe that. She had a child with him via, you know, force. And all of these things. So she was kind of just adapting to living in this captive environment. And then she saw her parent, she saw her picture, she saw them saying, no, we love you, we're still looking for you. And shortly thereafter, she garnered up the strength to flee out of that situation in a moment when he let his guard down and she was able to get that door open. So I don't think that people who say, why is he still calling for her? And why is he still, you know, she don't want to have anything to do with him. That's actually totally counter to what people encourage, you know, if she is indeed a victim of, false imprisonment or controlled domestic violence, any of that, he's doing what you actually should be doing, which is just keep ringing the bell every so often and hoping that at some point that gets through. And what you said was actually very accurate. Also, you're not going to want to, and for what it's worth, I felt like the Clarys did a very good job of this with Azriel, because when she first came out, she still was like, I still love him, you know, kind of keeping that relationship going. And they're like, okay, we're not going to get involved in that part of it.
Yeah.
But, you know, letting her kind of figure out stuff on her own without saying, if you come out, you can't have any contact with him and you can't do this and you got to be here and you got to be there. You can't take somebody out of one controlling environment and then come out and try to enforce another set of controls. One that not successful. That is, you know, one of the number one things when it comes to a domestic violence situation is when that person flees, you just need to hold space. If you're trying to go where you can't talk to them and you can't do that and you can't do this, it's likely to drive them back into that person's arms because that person has likely implanted in them the outside world doesn't understand. The outside world's trying to control you. The outside world's going to do this. And when you start doing things like that, it is going to potentially trigger that because you don't know the levels of control that other person has been under.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. Exactly right. And then there's some part of some of this stuff, and I'm only talking about 18 and over, where there's some, you know, consensual, you know, consent to the relationship, regardless. But a lot of times people don't understand, even in a consensual relationship, yes, a lot of, you know, psychology goes on where, you know what I'm saying? You're like, okay, but I'm with this person for this reason, that reason, whatever, and those reasons might not be healthy. You're in a consensual relationship, but your reasons for this consensual relationship isn't healthy. You know, so it's a lot. You know, it's a lot. You know, way more than me about this shit. It's a lot, honey. I mean, I'm too volatile. I could never work. Child, I'm trying to tell you, I couldn't even, you know how you have to bounce around and learn different things, girl. I didn't even make it too tough on the suicide prevention line. I'm too, oh Lord, you about to do what? Oh Lord, I'm too, girl. I get too, oh Lord, let me get somebody.
Yeah.
So I can't, that's not my field, baby. That's not my field.
Yeah. No, I've worked with so many victims of various types of abuse. Everything from financial abuse, emotional abuse, to physical abuse, to all, everything you can name. I've worked with so many clients, countless clients. And one thing I will say that is consistent amongst all of them is isolation. Period.
Yeah.
There is isolation. And the same thing if you think about cults. Isolation is the number one
factor. On that
live
I did, when I say isolation, Lord, what live was that? Go ahead. Let me see. Go ahead.
No, but what you said is accurate. That is the number one thing that I see, regardless of what type of abuse or what type of controlled environment that came up. If you think about it, there's always some level of abuse and isolation that go hand in hand. And that might be, some people use more or less isolation depending upon what they need to still keep that person within their control. You'll hear some people say, well, I know that, my cousin was in an abusive relationship and she came to the family cookouts or whatever the case may be. Yeah, but you don't know what other forms of control there could be. It could be that, yeah, you could go with your family, but it needs to be this, and your family happens to play along with it, and they're not the type of family that's going to intervene. I'm going to tell you right now, mine is going to pop off once you show up at the first cookout, period. And, that's just what's going to happen. But you have other families that say, that ain't our business. She want to be with him. He want to be with her, whatever. We're not going to get involved in. And so he says, okay, I don't see a viable threat there. Or she says, I don't see a viable threat there, but I do see a threat with your friends. So your friend group is going to be limited or changed to their liking. Or I don't want you working in certain places or certain environments, or you need to call so frequently and different things. So the abuse and isolation can absolutely surround that person in the way that particular perpetrator desires for their satisfaction. And in this case, it is alleged that the isolation is almost total, except for these employees and these other partners that were introduced and allowed into that person's sphere of influence. And so a lot of it, to me, I've always said that I feel like, I haven't hid the fact that I feel like it's extremely plausible that some of these things and the abuse did indeed occur, because all of the elements that I need to satisfy the clinical.
Yeah, your job thing, yeah.
Yeah, all of the elements are there, every single one of them. So it's very hard for people to try to convince me otherwise. And then you have these other sides, like, for instance, Dana has said multiple times, Rob runs a tight ship. People are not, running around and doing whatever they want to do, even if you're just a visitor. Levi has said that Rob runs a tight ship, kind of thing, that people aren't, you're not just ripping and running and doing whatever you want to do there. Multiple people have said that, even though they were not even in a relationship. So why would it be so unusual to not think that he's running a tight ship in his bedroom or in his relationships? That doesn't make sense to me. So if there's extreme isolation, it's very dangerous. And quite frankly, a lot of what's happening with Joy and what happened with Azriel and Dominique and all, it all seems to me to be an extremely isolating situation that, quite frankly, if you're in a healthy relationship, why do you need to be so isolated?
So let me ask you this. So but what about this? But it seems to be different degrees with depending on which girl you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Have you noticed that? So
I have.
What do you attribute that to?
So it absolutely is common for that to happen. And I'm going to go with relationships, and we'll talk about this polyamorous thing, but it would be the same in an abusive polyamorous relationship, as well as in cults. There's almost always going to be some level of a hierarchy, if you will, because that helps the other people feel like, or the other members of the group to feel like, I have some position or power within this group. And therefore it contributes to the group being able to self-control. So what happens is, let's suppose we have Joy, we have Az, we have Dominique. And then we put Dominique in a situation where, you know, she's the most controlled person out of the entire group, but she's left to be in charge of Azriel when Azriel's in trouble. And then Joy is second in command, and she's able to be in control of Dominique all the time. Let's say that she can call shots about what Dominique is able to do or not do. And then you have Azriel, who's number one, who has control of or has access to his bank account, has access to, you know, certain things. You know, the rumor is that she was able to sleep with him each night, I think is what they said on the documentary at one point. And then she's able to call the shots on everybody, right? But all of them are still controlled in the fact that they cannot contact their family. They can't go to the bathroom when they want to, for instance. So they share some of these similar confinements, but then within the dynamic, it's kind of this hierarchy of, well, this person can talk to a couple extra people or can do a couple extra things. And with that comes these privileges. So what it does is it actually creates a situation where I'm going to always tell on you and you're always going to tell on me. And it's just this cycle because there's going to always have to be times where R. Kelly is not involved, right? There's going to be times when he's in the studio or he can't be, for instance, when he's on stage, there's no way that he can 100% control them the way that he would if he's in the same room, right? But if I create a situation where now there's internal control and we're all able to kind of, I know that if such and such does this, Azriel's going to come and tell me. And if Dominique does this, then Joy's going to tell me. And then, you know, and everybody has this cycle going. Now I've been able to create fear even when I'm not there. I'm able to create control even when I'm not there. And so that is, again, a very common thing. I would say more so in cults, but we call them high control environments now, technically. And this would be one of them. I'm not saying it is a cult, but it does appear to be a very highly controlled environment that is now able to breed off of the internal structure. And we see that same thing, quite frankly, even with the employees. So hopefully that made some sense as to why there might be varying levels. The other piece as to why there might be varying levels is each person is different. Obviously, in that what makes you tick, Angie, is not the same thing that makes me tick, if that makes sense. Or the things that might place you under control might not take as much of that to place me under control because of my life circumstances and my life experiences and my triggers and that sort of thing. And that definitely comes up a lot in the documentary and other things where they say very early on, he kind of builds this connection of telling you something extremely vulnerable about him, and then you're telling him your types of abuse. Well, that would give your abuser quite a bit of insight into what it would take in order to have you under their control in some way, shape, or form. Because if you say, okay, well, my mother was extremely physically abusive to me, right? And then Angie, who's willing to pop off and fight with the best of them and don't even care, she's like, well, you can fight me all you want to, but I'm going to fight you back.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So it may not even be, all you got to do is raise your hand to me and I'm going to fall in place because it's going to breed triggers in me and the abuse and all that thing. So it's going to actually not take you physically abusing me, but it might be that they might have to abuse you half out of your head in order for you to succumb to that level of control. Does that make sense? So that can also be another reason why it can be varying levels of what is used in order to control each person, because each person has a different set of triggers.
Right. Now, you know it now, but it came out of Azriel's mouth herself that, you know, he would tell her to call her family and she wouldn't, or whatever her excuse she gave him.
Yes.
What, like what do you attribute her from having that type of I guess liberty versus maybe the other?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing with that. And again, I've always wanted her to speak a little bit more to that outside of the documentary space. I was hoping she would talk about it in her interview, but she didn't. But that is also something that I saw very, very commonly in the abuse clients or clients who had suffered abuse that I work with, is that there's almost like this duality in that the person would say, well, fine, if you want to call, go ahead and call them, or they on my back, call them. But you know that on the back end that there is a consequence to that. So all it takes is one time for them to say, call your parents then. Go ahead and call your parents. Or if you're making a, oh, I want to call such and such for their birthday, I'm, whatever. Okay, go ahead and call. You call. But then later on that night, out of nowhere, there's a blow up argument because you're not loyal to me anyway. You probably were talking about me to your family and blah 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 blah, and then that spawns into a physical altercation or verbal abuse or punishments or whatever it is that might be in place in that environment. So you learn very quickly, no, I'm going to do everything I can to show you this extreme level of loyalty. So yeah, I might say, yeah, call your mom, but it's really a test of loyalty. I see it as a test. So now I'm like, look, I don't even need my family. You're all that I need. I don't need to call them. They're telling me I need to come home. They're telling me I need to do opposite of what you want me to do and opposite of being with you 24/7. So guess what? I'm not going to do it every time you tell me to do it. And guess what? I end up getting rewarded in some way, shape, or form for that same level of loyalty.
Right. So it's like a fear of the consequences type situation.
Exactly. And it's manipulation at its finest. Because I can verbally cover myself and say, I told you to go do this, right? Yeah. But everything else in the whole structure around that is very clear. No, it is not something I need to do. And if I don't do it, I'm rewarded more than if I did. This is very common, again, in cults. Perfect example. I don't know if people know about, and be clear, I'm not speaking about anybody's religion or anything like that, but if anybody ever watched the Scientology documentaries that came out, right? So the whole concept behind Scientology, when you initially are introduced to it, is that Scientology is a religion that, quite frankly, can be nestled into any other religion. So you can be a Scientologist and be a Baptist, or you can be a Scientologist and still be a Catholic, allegedly, when you first start out, right? That's a good, kind of way that it's marketed to you when you first come on. This is just a set of things that's going to help you advance your life and understand things better, and you'll even understand your religion better. But as you continue to, after you get through like that first tier or two, it's almost scaffolded, and those pieces of the scaffold start coming out. Actually, you find out, well, if you believe in God, then there's no way for you to be a Scientologist. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, I thought I could, and then all of a sudden there tends to be these negative things. Or when you go do this, what they call auditing, which is where they ask you questions over and over and over and over, right? So if all of a sudden the questions, the only answer that'll get you out of your auditing session is Baptist, I believe that Baptist is horrible, even though you've always been a Baptist. Now it's kind of changed very quickly from what I initially thought I was getting into to actually there's no way to be a Scientologist and actually hold to your other religions because they're in such conflict with one another.
Right, and I thought the auditing part, I'm not to cut you, I thought that auditing part of that whole Scientologist setup was, was weird in itself. Go ahead.
It was. Yeah. Yeah. Holding on to those cans and it being pretty much, it's just a makeshift lie detector. And so, but like the fact that, but what they talk about is, you'll be on them and you keep saying the same thing over and over. No, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. Or no, I don't believe this. Or yes, I do. Yes, I do. And they'll just keep hammering you until you eventually get worn down via interrogation. And then you say whatever it is. It's now documented on the book. So now I got some additional concern here of if that gets out. And then it's now you're rewarded because you said something that wasn't even accurate. So all of that rabbit hole is to say that is the very same reason how that could have possibly happened in the Azriel situation, especially since it was very clear from the Gayle King interview to multiple other things that we saw, that they were all kind of trained, if you will, if we are to believe, what's out there. They were trained to defend him at all costs, and there were always safeguards that were put in place as well to protect him. For instance, those phony letters allegedly that he was having employees and all kinds of people write of things that never occurred, but it's just put into place to make sure I'm protected. That very same thing could have been put into place to say, yeah, call your parents, but really, I'm going to reward you if you don't. And 2, I don't want you to, but if I can say, I told you to call your parents, right? It's gaslighting at its finest. I told you to call your parents all that time and you never would do it.
Right.
Now you got a cycle. Now you got an ugly cycle here.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, that's what I'm talking about. Woo, child, you get this. These conversations I be wanting to have, baby. People. Man, that insight, honey. I ain't trying to take your word, Dr. Rice, but that intelligent conversations, honey. I don't be want to hear all that bullshit all the time. Yes, you have to provide some type of insight into a lot of the stuff that goes on. A lot of people like to deal with just the fringes, the ends of it, or the results, and take just the results and then springboard into something else to come up with their own stupid ass narratives or whatever they think, and it don't have no scientific or legal base, none of that. They just making up shit as to the reason why this happened, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's a bunch of, it's a whole process that goes into the results, and people just don't, want to listen to it. The narrative or the lie, the bullshit sounds better, But I like to get why this happened. Give me some of the reasons why this could have happened,
And that's the reason why I have, whenever we get together, I guess we have some of the best conversations that I enjoy, because we both coming from the same place of,
right.
I'm willing to flat out see a reasonable, consideration or a plausible way that this could have happened one way or the other. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Right.
The other thing I'll say overall about how people view this whole thing that's related to what you were just saying is that people do not give enough credence to how absolutely complex domestic violence, abuse, high control environments are. A lot of times a layperson, it's easy for them to look at a situation and say, well, why wouldn't you just leave? When you understand the psychology, the trauma, and how those things can just create so many layers to situations, and truly understand what real narcissism is and what real gaslighting is and how it can affect, and then you work directly with people, you understand that it's far more complex than that. And it's a good thing, because it shows like how evolved we are as a people, and it shows also how complex the human body and the human mind are. It's not just this easy, punching numbers and then it should crank out this way, or if you're a real abuse victim, it should look this way at this time during this period. It doesn't work that way, because the brain has so many mechanisms that it can put into place to protect you emotionally, and your body physically has things that it will put in place physically to try to protect itself from harm. And then when all of that slowly dismantles, or there's cracks in those, then that creates a whole other deviation to that. It does not, however, and that's what happens so much in this sector, is that people say, well, because it didn't happen the cookie cutter way that I anticipate, that means it didn't happen at all. And that on either side is really where you can get into deep trouble. And that's another part of why, it's like you're just
because no abuser, no victim, reacts or acts the same, and no victimizer reacts or acts the same. There's no way you could, you know what I'm saying? So the way that you can look at it to get the most the best scenario as to what happened, you have to look at all the factors
Mm-hmm.
that resulted into the results. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got to look
Mm-hmm.
from start to finish. How do we get here?
Mm-hmm.
Not
Mm-hmm.
just accept the, I call it the, some of the ignorant things. Oh, they wanted this, or oh, if you saying it, if you are on team Kels, if you on people that are against him. What's
Mm-hmm.
some of the common stuff they say? I'll go with one that's duality on both sides. All the parents, put them in that situation,
Mm-hmm.
or it's a lot of it. It's like, no, 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 no.
Yeah.
You got to actually sit down and individualize each situation is for one, and then pretty much itemize what happened. What the hell happened?
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
you get the closest possible without being there. That's how
Yeah.
you get the closest possible
Yep.
scenario that could possibly have happened. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So and,
Yeah.
and a lot of people just want to go with, oh well, it didn't happen to me. I know when it's a bunch of things I could talk about. I never will now, but it's a bunch of things I could talk about, whatever. That is
Mm-hmm.
totally that didn't, but I didn't go through what a lot of these people went through.
Mm-hmm.
I could have, but if I was a different person, so like I say, it's individualized. A lot of this stuff is specific only to the situation, and they just think, oh, you're supposed to act like this. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
well, he was giving them $5,000 a month, whatever, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the hell they got to do with just because it gives somebody $5,000 a month? That means, okay, well, they should be more appreciative
Mm-hmm.
then, and also put a band-aid or forget about whatever allegedly they went through or what have you. No,
Yeah.
like that's not how that works. And also, I also on the other side, like, if there was a situation where they got mad at him when, because I did read with that polyamorous relationships that it usually end when the others, when they get jealous or something don't go their way or whatever, then that's when they turn on the person. That's also not right, because hey, yeah, you agree to it. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot. It's on both sides, and
It
and it's
is.
just not cookie cutter. It's not cookie cutter. Each
It's
can be.
not. Humans are, if humans, and especially when you talk about emotions, and then there's
Mm-hmm.
cultural elements and everything else, we're so complex. And that's the reason why. And I think it's weird a little bit that we as a people, and specifically I'm talking about Black people now, that we acknowledge that so vehemently in so many other aspects of life, right? We're quick to be the ones to say, you don't know everybody's story, and you don't know, everybody's different, everybody's hair is different, everybody's this is different. We're willing to accept that in so many other aspects of our life and culture. But then when it comes down to abuse, when it comes down to trauma, when it comes down to mental health, all of a sudden we become, it's either black or white, A or B,
Yeah.
one or two, and we won't see anything in between. And then you get the people who do see it in between, and then they say, well, now you're straddling the fence. No, no, I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
understanding the complexity that is, humans, the complexity that's
Right.
within our culture that creates a whole nother level to that. The other piece that people do so much, specifically when they look at the R. Kelly case, is I feel like they do a lot of cherry picking. A
Mm-hmm.
lot of cherry picking. So they'll look at Angelo, or Tim, or whoever it is, and he'll say one thing that they like, and they say, see, that proves my point right there. He said it. Yep, that's right. But then they'll throw out the other 99% of what that person says and say, no, see, they're a huge liar. Well, why did you
Yeah.
believe the 1% out of that same person's mouth who was in that same set of circumstances? It's like, how you got to be able to back that up. And I'm not saying that people can't occasionally lie or whatever and otherwise be true, but that it happens so significantly in this sector that it's dangerous.
Right.
And it throws a lot of people off because a lot of people are cherry picking just to meet their narrative. And I think, I don't even know that I would consider myself necessarily a part of the sector. It's a sector that I follow, but the little minuscule role that I play in engaging in these conversations with both sides is to hopefully shed light for some people that you got to be able to, if you're in a situation like that where you're cherry picking to meet your own narrative, then you're no longer searching for the truth. You're searching to be right, and you're doing that by any means necessary.
Right.
And I don't do that. I always am looking at it to go, okay, what is most plausible? What makes sense?
Oh my God.
Even if it's something that I don't agree with.
Yes. Like I say, I call them, I just go with the most popular word right here, those goddamn narratives. They will take, a narrative that they want, they're going to cherry pick this, cherry pick that, whatever, because it's going to fit their narrative. So in the end, get to their agenda. It's going to further their agenda, whatever that may be. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of, because you're going to have to explain you're going to have to look at the whole pie.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say, you can't, just like I'll use it, because I always use me, I'll use you. Okay. I'm going to say Miss Mo don't have because I don't like you. I'm going to say Miss Mo don't have nothing that qualifies her as a goddamn teacher or anybody of psychology. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say that. But I'm not going to be able to explain why Miss Mo knows and can say what she says. I'm just going to repeat it over and over again till somebody believes me. Like, what? That don't make no sense.
Yeah.
Like, no, no, that don't make no sense. Come on with it. No.
And I'll throw that same thing back on your side. And I want to be clear, I feel like it's ridiculous that I have to always preface myself, because I feel like of the conversations I have had, people should know where I stand, that I don't truly take a side. I enjoy people on both sides and what they bring to the table.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've never understood the people who go, for instance, Angie's not a real lawyer. That's one of the big narratives that has happened, right? And
yeah, when they get mad, when I'm good when they need someone, when we all good, all in it together.
yeah. So and that has happened on both sides, and both sides have accepted me. I don't have who I like or what have you, right? But they'll say Angie's not a real lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I don't have a law degree in the first. I never majored in law, none of that, right? I knew very quickly once I found your channel, okay, well, you might say she's not a lawyer, but she definitely has a much more advanced knowledge of the law than me. And I also know that the law is so complex that this is not something that's just Googling, because I can tell who's Googling because you don't make any sense.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So like, even if that's the case, and here's the thing, okay? And I think also people don't even understand. Again, I believe you're a lawyer, period. I always have. I do. Y'all can call me what you want. I do, just based upon my personal experience and knowledge. But what I'll also say is, people also don't understand there's plenty of people who get a Juris Doctor and choose not to act as an actual lawyer. There are plenty of people who get a master's in law who choose not to work in the field of law. Right. That doesn't mean that they still don't have that education. Right. So just because you have a degree of some sort, you don't have to use it in the practical way that people want you to use it. Some people do that just for their knowledge or just to advance certain things or whatever, or they just choose, they get into it and they're like, okay, I understand, I can apply it in a whole nother way. There are plenty of people who go straight out and they start being a professor, and they're not in the courtroom. They never desired to be in the courtroom, or they decided to be a consultant. There's so many other avenues that can be taken, that just trying to look up somebody's license and saying, well, now they're illegitimate because they said something I don't like, or because they don't show up in the world the way that I want to. That doesn't make any sense. And then that other part of it is, well, you can't be a lawyer because you're cussing people out, or you're doing this, or you're doing that.
Right. But
and I'm sure people could say that same thing to me if they saw me in the street and you got me going, or you get me going on here. I could show you something too. I'm still a human, and I'm still black, and I still came from where I came from, and I still have a temper, and I still have whatever else I have. That doesn't negate what you've shared with this sector. And and that's again another example of that, just cherry picking. If I want to cherry pick something out, then I will. And I don't like that we do that with this case or with people. It's no reason for that. There's something there that says
they don't like the child. That's why I can't take that shit serious. But you hear the lead attorney over there cutting the food all the time. He
every
don't break
day.
down hardly nothing. He don't break down hardly nothing. Okay, and I be like, okay.
And I love me some lead.
Get smart at the mouth. A whole bunch of people, it is good, but you're not going to be able to you're not going to be the funniest shit I seen. They said, somebody said, I saw somebody chat said that I am using a app by lawyers. What's the name of it? Tell me. You're going to have to tell me, how is it that the only person that's been more accurate than me is the goddamn fucking judge? Like, how? I'm doing all 3 pieces. How? I'm giving you the answer before they give the answer to me to give it back to you. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, if that's the case, then if that's the case, you're the best con artist I know, because there's some stuff you can't just flow with it.
I'm a psychic, or I'm extremely fucking smart.
Yeah,
that is crazy, and I'm not. I'm telling you, like,
Yeah,
I'm like, boy, I'm trying to. Something happened today, and as JoJo would call me naive. Yeah, I hit a naive point today. That shit was so goddamn funny. My daughter was like, "What? You fell for that shit?" Like, yeah, but it is that's the funniest shit. But they can't explain. For me, you got to explain the rest of it, and then you really gonna have to explain how I can look at this paperwork.
Yeah,
that is what's gonna really fuck it up, because you're gonna be like, "Well, wait a minute." Yeah, okay. Yeah, here's the paperwork. It's paperwork you want. It's paperwork. But yeah, I see, baby, I sit back and let you paint. Boy, lock yourself into every goddamn narrative possible. Then when I hit you with the boom, now you got to either do one or two things. You got to change it, which is gonna make you seem like a liar, or you got to keep going with the same narrative. It's gonna make you seem like a liar. Like, what the fuck? It's the weirdest shit, baby. I be sitting back like, what the hell? This, and I'm like, okay, I got to understand the level of, because I act like this outside of this of this. I don't never have nobody else challenging me about shit. Because one half of them was already there, or they know. You know what I'm saying? I had the fake ass girlfriend on here, and we went through. She went into the when we started out, we worked with all these Fortune 500 companies, whatever, over 200 of them. And what made me get a law degree is because we started working in what we call corporate management back then. We started working in corporate management, and part of corporate management, those people had us authoring a whole bunch of their policies and everything from everything, but big part of it started be with legal, all the way down to fulfillment. And I just felt like we don't know what we're talking about in this legal department. I'm like, huh? What is this language? You want me to do what? And I'm like, I'm not going to sit there and look stupid. That is not what I'm going to do. And the white man ain't funny when the company collapse. You're not going to come get me. So I said, okay, let me see if I can get my ass in it started out, so okay, well, I guess I can get through this by being a paralegal, whatever. Then I just got into it more. I said, okay, I can do this now. Boom, I ain't never got to do too much work in the field, whatever. I can stay up under some companies, go work for the state, go work for the feds. That's it. That's all I want to do. I don't want to, I've been in court 3 times. I don't want to defend nobody. Okay, because they be lying and shit. I don't have time, but I don't want to lose. I don't want to do none of that to work too hard. I can make a little less and be okay, and have a decent living. And a friend of mine, Ramon, he gets on me because he thinks that I, wasted opportunity. I keep trying to, like I was trying to explain him on the phone when I had, didn't waste an opportunity. I'm not going to do some shit that I really don't want to do. I wanted to be a dentist. That's why I started out as a dental assistant. That's why I started there. And somehow, all kind of shit that happened along the way. Yeah, I'm a product of juvenile intervention and shit. It was in a gang. I have a story,
Yeah.
But I got a story, but and unfortunately, the 14 years I did in the hood, they ain't going nowhere because I did those before. I did 14 and a half years in school total, so they ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing: either you take it, you as my dad used to always say, you eat the fish and you leave the bone. Just because you are telling somebody what's in the paperwork based upon your understanding of the law and the terminology and everything else that's going on here, if you don't like what the paperwork is saying, that's not on you. You know what I'm saying? That's not your fault. Or, for instance, there are times where you'll point out, okay, well, this is something that supports R. Kelly. And then people get upset because now, oh, you're supporting. No, I'm not supporting. I'm saying this is this is how the law works.
Right.
Yeah, this is how the law works. Or then you'll go to the other side of the coin and you'll say, now, this is terrible for R. Kelly. When I first found you, the very first time that I joined or listened in on you, because it was just one of them explore page things. It just had you up there. I said, okay, let me go in and click and see what's going on. And you were talking, and at that point you were giving these percentages of how likely it was that you thought he was going to be convicted. I don't know if you even remember that, but you used to say, okay, well, based upon this paper, 89%, 93%, whatever it was, you would just change your thoughts on how likely the conviction would be based upon that. But again, I never saw it as you were choosing that, saying, well, personally, I feel he's guilty based upon that. You were saying this is the likelihood based upon my expertise of whether he would or whether he would not. And it would be so polarizing in the chat that some people would be there and be like, exactly, see, she's a lawyer, she knows. And then you had the other side of people that will go, you don't know, you're taking a side. You just don't like R. Kelly. You just this, you just that.
Yeah, just crazy.
I can do the same thing for you. The same way that I look at the case and I go, based upon those interviews that I'm seeing on Surviving R. Kelly, I can tell you right now, that's 95% an accurate description of trauma, right? I'm telling you that from my professional experience, my knowledge and expertise. I'm not saying that I personally met with that person or counseled them or any of those things. I'm saying that what they have presented to me checks the necessary boxes for me to say it's plausible. It's very likely that this is what took place. But again, in this sector, it's just so much of the cherry picking to fit your liking and fit your narrative and fit what you wanted to be. And it's a dangerous space to live in. It really is. And I think it's why so many people, quite frankly, I don't think they fully understand what we're looking at here and what happened here and why it happened that way and how it is very possible for something to seem so extreme, but to have still happened. To go back to the example of Amanda Berry, I forgot how many years they said her and two other girls were locked. Wasn't like 6 years or more, something like that?
Yeah, I know it was the longest one. 10 or 6 years, I don't know.
It was something.
It was a long time.
She had been there the longest time, and she went in there as a young teenager. She came out as a grown woman with a 6 or 7 year old child, something like that, or at least a small child that was school age.
Yeah.
So and people will look at that and say, "Well, how didn't nobody see nothing? Didn't nobody what?" But it happened. That doesn't negate the fact that it happened, and it's plausible, and extreme things happen every single day.
Right.
You just got to be able to accept that is a possible scenario. Whenever I'm looking at a situation or a case, or whether it's mental health, or even I've learned so much through you and other people, Dana, Larry, Levi. I've learned so much just from listening to everyone that I'm always looking at it from, is there something that is plausible that could have taken place here? And yes, it's always going to be another side of the coin that says it could have been something different. But if that could have been is so extreme and unlikely, I'm going to have to throw that out. So many people here refuse to throw it out, even when it no longer serves their narrative.
Right.
It no longer serves it. It doesn't even make sense to them anymore.
It don't even make sense.
It doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't even make sense. So you got to rule it out and be like, okay, well, this is the most plausible scenario that happened. I mean, wasn't there, and just like with court cases, right? Like I was telling Levi, we was talking about, he was saying, he needed to have, like we was talking about, like New York didn't have any evidence, right? And I was trying to tell him, I was like, okay, now what do you mean they ain't having any evidence? And he was like, I think he was meaning maybe tangible evidence, something like that, whatever. And I was trying to explain, and I'm pretty sure you understood that most cases are circumstantial. If you don't stop calling me, are circumstantial cases, right? Most cases are circumstantial, so they're not going to have the smoking gun or whatever. That's why you got to come up in here and lay it together to where you're delivering to the jury. We may not have the smoking gun, and we can't tell you exactly what happened, but based on the end results and what we think and how it started and some of the things we have in the middle, we are trying to say that this defendant is guilty based on that. And so they're giving it to the jury, the trial fact, or whichever the jury judge, to make a goddamn reasonable decision. And if they don't have enough that they think they can deliver, when I speak of insufficient evidence, they don't have enough that would be sufficient, then they're not supposed to bring that case.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why a lot of times one of the most common motions all result in, insufficient evidence, right? That doesn't mean that the amount, there wasn't enough. That means that the evidence wasn't sufficient enough. It could have been one piece, but does it lean more to someone being guilty than innocent? That means sufficient in that regards. So, so that's why you see a lot of those motions before and a lot of it after, always challenging the sufficiency of the evidence, and so it's not going. They're not going to just all the time. You're not going to have the smoking gun. It's not going to happen. You see the conversion rate, and because the feds have more resources and they're very detailed and they have a little bit more time to work on these cases, whatever. You see a higher conversion rate. That along with when you show somebody what they have, they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I'm guilty. Let's work on something. Let's see how many years I can get up off me once you show them what they got." And with the state, the conviction rate is a lot lower because they don't have as many resources, and that resources to include bodies working on it, money, a lot of allocations of time, the whole stuff that goes in the budget on working on a case. And therefore they like to try to, if they can possibly get that smoking gun, just they can get that, they can work real hard to get in that, and that kind of makes a difference whether or not they bring a case or they don't. With the feds, they kind of will bring a case if they maybe have they probably have maybe 60% there. They got enough to prove what they think the smoking gun is. With the state, they like to have maybe an 85%. Yeah, that what we lay out, we don't have the smoking gun, but we hope we have enough that to show you that there is a smoking gun. We just don't have it. But whatever happened, the defendant did it.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, the defendant did it. We hope you buy it though. So and a lot of times, so that makes a difference of whether who signs off. Can we bring this case or not? You know what I'm saying? A grand jury decision is important, but it's not as reliable as everybody. It's not something. It's a formality for the feds, but it's not something that they, both the state and the feds rely on to say, yeah, that somebody would surely be convicted if the grand jury thinks so, because they know that you can take anything up in there, and the rules of engagement up in there all leans anti the defendant. So anybody can get a goddamn grand jury indictment. That's nothing too tough. That's not too hard to do. But so it's a lot, to that goes into whether or not, whether you could consider if they had evidence or not. It's all depending on what your understanding of the law is, and then what you consider evidence. If you are looking for everything to be on tape or whatever, then that's then you're going to consider them not to have evidence, but
and lead attorney says that same thing. He talks about it all the time, and nobody questions him, obviously, because it's like I just follow court. I'm a true crime person, and we talked about it before too. I'm just a person who just likes learning. I like documentaries. I like all of I just want to keep. I think things are interesting. I want, especially things that are different from my personal life and walk of life and experience. But Lee talks about it all the time, because I've been following that YSL case too. And, he would do his live, listens of the case, and he would say, oh, see, the feds would never have this problem. Right? No, see, this is why the feds, have a much different, because they make sure before they bring, anything, even before the grand jury, or they charge anybody or anything, pretty much they have so much evidence. They're not even going to waste their time on something that is a maybe.
Yeah.
To that, and he's like, and then look at these attorneys. Look at what they're doing. Look at how they miss these steps. Look at this. Look at that. And he talks about that. The other thing that he talks about, and he says it often, is every attorney walks out have just walked out of law school without a specialty, and whatever that person's specialty is that they acquire later on, they know about that, and you never would go to another person who specializes in another area of law and expect for them to have a full understanding forwards and backwards of that aspect of the law.
I talked about the same thing.
It is too complex for one person to know and remember all of those. And we'll sit here and still in this sector and say, see, you're not an attorney because you don't know one thing. And why does that not make sense? Because all of us navigate life. We go to doctors, and we know that there is a difference between a family doctor and a urologist and a ear, nose, and throat specialist, and a dentist, and an optometrist, and an ophthalmologist. Both of them work on eyes, by the way. So we don't have a problem with that. That makes perfect sense. But when we don't want somebody to be right because they don't side with us or whatever, then we go, see, nope. Now let's throw the whole thing out. No. Now they can't possibly be stuff like that. It's just, it doesn't help.
Like Judge Joe Brown didn't know what a Curcio hearing was.
Yeah.
Like from
that's not his specialty.
Yeah, from state to state, you have like Georgia. I think Georgia is the only person with malice murder. Like, oh my God, Georgia is the only person with malice. The only state with malice murder and things of that nature. So the states have different procedures. They call different things. It's all different. You're dealing with the different states, and certain laws apply in certain states. Some don't.
Yeah, Georgia is one of the rare states that has its own RICO law. What they call a baby RICO. They have it. Where I live, they don't have a RICO state charge.
You can't get one. Chicago don't have a Little Rico Act. It's called Little
They
Rico
don't
Act.
all have it.
Chicago don't have it. Yeah. So I talked about that long before I had channels and stuff like that. Yeah, it's so crazy. But that is absolutely right. When you get out of law school, you don't have a special. And where you land at, and this is what typically happens. Where you land, okay, you start practicing in that field. What you learn in school. And another thing, in school, you don't learn everything about the law.
Nope.
You will kill somebody over have a heart attack. Can't do that. A lot of you learn enough to pass the exam.
Yeah.
That's what you learn.
Base knowledge of a complex system.
And then and I'm telling you how you can check what I'm saying. You do know that laws change every day. So how the hell was you able to learn that when you was in school if the law just changed when you got out, or they just implemented a law, and you know what I'm saying, either in the city, not the city, but in the state or the federal? How the hell are you supposed to know that? You don't know that. That's why you have a team of people. When something happen, they get somebody hire you or whatever, they get the indictment or what this, that, and third, whatever. You just putting it in and say, oh, this is what this is, and whatever. And then you start crafting your case around that. But there is no way in hell when you come out. What I was saying, when you got out of law school and you land on a specialty, whatever it is, once you start, focusing on that, what happens is what you learn by the other areas of the law, it start getting further and further from your memory. You don't know it. You don't know it. And and that's just what it is. You just you don't know it. You know what your area specialty is. You don't know nothing about what's going on and family courts and stuff like that. If that's not what you do, and and a prime example of something this is why they were on the case when Greenberg then was on the case with New York. It was Greenberg, this was Greenberg, Anton, and all of that. It was on a RICO case. They fooled around and submitted a brief that was geared to civil RICO. And I never forget, I didn't have a channel then, but I was listening to Dana, and he was reading off that particular paperwork. And I was like, you know what? They are quoting from civil RICO. And they hadn't gotten a response back. And when the judge sent it back, said, this is civil RICO. How I know about that is because I used to teach RICO classes here and there. That's how I know it was civil RICO. It wasn't criminal RICO. I was like, this is civil RICO. But they're the guidelines and stuff that they're quoting, because criminal RICO is totally different. So I was like, okay, well, this is going to be interesting. I knew right then. I said, this is going to be interesting. Here's the thing. It's not a knock on Greenberg now, because you got to know there's no such thing as a federal attorney. There's no such thing. There are attorneys that make application to be attorney of record on federal cases. If you don't, and you have a lot of attorneys that never had a federal case in their life or whatever, that means you got to get up there. You got to, you got to learn all the federal codes and the federal, because that's a whole new different way of prosecution. You know what I'm saying? So it's stuff is totally different. It's just totally different from the state to the feds. So I didn't knock them, for quoting stuff from the civil, because it could very well been somebody prepared it that was on his staff. But of course it's up to you to look over and whatever. But yeah, so yeah, it's weird, but you can't. I can't spend a lot of time to argue with people that don't have not one degree in nothing. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not like, okay, all right, whatever okay, that's fine, not a problem. I ain't got time for that. I'm still continue to do whatever. You let me know when I've been wrong. Then we might have. If I got a incorrect rate ratio that's greater than when I've been correct, then you might have an argument like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that, and even so, that's just really an example of what happens in this situation altogether. And we use that as an example, right, of how this happens so much in this sector. But the perfect example, you know, it applies to everything. It's universal. Like, you know, I don't have a problem. You know, I'm going to believe what I'm going to believe, period. And I'm going to listen to other people and engage with them. And I can still appreciate my opinions and your opinions and what you bring to the table at the same time. But so many people, when they look at Azriel or R. Kelly or whatever, it's just this great divide, this polarizing view, and that's all you can have. And now with that, you get things like Surviving R. Kelly, the final chapter, where you're looking at people going, I don't even think they meant to get in it that deep. Right? Like, I think they just picked a side and really got caught up in where they landed. You know, did they truly intend to, you know, be a part of a human trafficking enterprise? Did they really intend, or did they just jump on YouTube real quick and you know, happen to meet the right person and find themselves with their face plastered, you know, on the TV? Who knows? But at the end of the day, I know one thing's for sure. I know there's a lot of people who's hurting. I know there's a whole lot of people who are hurting on every side, and that should be a travesty enough within our community for us to try to take this more seriously and try to actually accept it for what it is so that it doesn't happen, as opposed to trying to say my side is right. That's not getting us anywhere. And you can't leave out the parts of the story that otherwise should be supportive of narrative. Like, okay, perfect. This is what Seal, you know, I already, from my, like I've always said, from the first time I watched it, I looked at it from the mental health lens. I don't even know how many times I've watched the documentary, and I break it down and process it in a different way each and every time. And after the very first time, I was like, I saw too much trauma. There's too much that aligns. I feel like there has been some wrongdoing here. But what sealed the deal for me was not number one, and it wasn't number two. It was Dominique. Nobody who supports R. Kelly ever brings up Dominique. I almost never hear them reference. And Dominique's a liar. Dominique is the only person who came out, you know, on the, you know, it happened on the, you know, on the documentary. We saw that was the big coup de grace, right, of what we saw. But then she came out with the article with Jim DeRogatis, by the way, and pretty much says within that conversation, yes, I was abused, but I still love him. I don't want him to go to jail. You know, has ripped up cards from the feds that have tried to get her to come and speak, all that stuff. She's done that every single time. So if she's saying it and she still rocks with him, why aren't you, as someone who's supporting him, saying, okay, that's weird? Does that make sense? Because she still, to this day, she hasn't taken a stand. She's refused to cooperate. She has said vehemently, I don't want him in jail. She has not spoken out, aside from two very isolated situations, or two or three very small. She's even come out and said she didn't like some of the things that Lifetime did. All of those things that fit the narrative. But then they won't talk about the fact that she also sat on this camera and said, he pulled my hair out. He beat me. He all of these different things. To me, I looked at her as the person who's kind of the me in this situation. She's the person who's standing right there in the middle. She's not Azriel. She's not Joy. Azriel is long gone. Took the stand the whole nine. Joy is still there, allegedly still rocking with him, still not talking to her family. All of that. Here's Dominique right down the middle, who's saying, I'm not going to help you convict him. I don't think he should be. But she's also saying, but he did mistreat me. He did isolate me. He did do, like, some of these things that you're talking about are true. How is it then that you can be R. Kelly is innocent and not acknowledge there's a story there that doesn't make sense? When those moments happen, and I hope that we're able to get more of that today, for people to just challenge their way of thinking. I challenge mine constantly.
Right, me too. And it's okay to change your mind. it's okay to change some portions of what you think, because it's like you can't, you do yourself a disservice when you just, because you want to push a narrative or your agenda, whatever, and you're not incorporating the other shit that happen on either side. Because when like that polyamorous breakdown of it, it hit me like a ton of bricks, because I was thinking, okay, it got to be some kind of trauma, some shit why somebody would, be in some shit like this and first, and to get in it, that's up for debate. So I like to look at it from, if they're 18 and you in it and you stay in it, like, okay, now what the hell is this about? I thought it was going to be this big old traumatic, blah, blah, blah breakdown, this psychological explanation of what happened, blah, blah. No, there, all the things I've seen, and this is not cookie cutter, and of course, this is Google, because Google is man-made, but all the stuff I've seen, it was like, no, this is consensual, and this is perfectly normal. Like, what? Like, what kind of mind? Huh? So I'm looking like, I said, so this kind of explains the fact that a lot of these women seem to enjoy a lot of parts of the relationship. And then you can't get away from that. Even though you can make an argument that there was some type of abuse, was it physically, mentally, whatever it is, whatever, you gotta also say, well, they seem to enjoy it, but then you got to come back and say, well, damn it, are they enjoying it because they are mentally screwed? It's just a lot. That ain't my business. Go ahead.
Well, it's not our business, but we are just like everybody else. I mean, true crime is the biggest podcast area that there is right now, because people are intrigued by how did these unusual and at times extreme circumstances come to be. And you got to be able, like, that's the reason why people are so into it, in the way that they are. In almost every major case, there's people who, say both sides, of whatever. Yeah. But we got to do a better job of that. Now, with this particular case, I'll say this. I'm laughing because I'm so scared that Mr. Levi or Mr.
Well, you gonna get it, baby. You gonna get it.
But y'all know I love, but I love talking to them. I love talking to Mr. JoJo. I love talking to, I've never been able to talk to Larry. I hope to talk to him one day too, because I love what all of them do. I really do, and what they bring to the table and how they make me think different.
Yeah, their perspective is unique.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, once these heads really start rolling, the way that it, again, the very loaded tone of that documentary look, I don't know that everybody's going to think and feel the very same way as they do now. Because I still think to some degree people are not taking seriously enough that this is a multi-state federal case.
Yeah.
And you're playing around with a system that clearly, based upon our conversations, clearly based upon what we're seeing, and clearly, quite frankly, even R. Kelly, who had, at his peak, had some of the best attorneys there are, that, quite frankly, gave advice that helped keep this in place, as we now know. The resources, the people, all of that, if it brought him down, what makes you think that your YouTube self, who's working a regular job, and living an otherwise regular life, that you could stand a chance up against what you're playing with? You're jumping into stuff that's dangerous. Right. And so I just hope that before it all goes down, that some people just take the wake-up call, just accept some things, or just say, look, it just is what it is. Something didn't go right here. And leave it be, because right now it feels very much from that documentary, which is how we started this whole conversation. It feels very much and perhaps, Angie, maybe that's the message that they're trying to send passively.
Yeah.
Is, hey, it's some people who's in too deep.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
we gave you the opportunity to get out.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are.
And here we are. And you kept on playing. And I gave the best illustration long time ago. Look, just because they ain't came knocking, that don't mean they won't. Just because you think that you're not on their radar, that don't mean that there ain't. It's resources and how it's allocated and stuff like that. They can have, it's several times when it's not much to do, meaning they might have worked something as far as they can take it that day, and they be like, okay, let me start on something else or whatever. And your name is in the system, or your name is on the desk somewhere. Well, let's look at this person today. They start with your ass, especially if okay, and they already got the statute of limitations when it'll expire, whatever. They know, okay, well, if we're gonna do anything, we're gonna look at that. Got it all set up for your ass. So don't think just because nobody ain't come knocking that they won't. I just got so confused by they kept putting them exhibits on that screen. I was like, please stop flashing the people pictures.
Yeah.
Please stop.
I mean, I would have been mortified. I'm telling you right now, if all of a sudden I look at that thing tonight and they showing Miss Me, Miss Mo, and Angie up on that screen, I'm done. I'm telling you right now, they show me, you, Levi, and JoJo up here talking and whatever we would do. I would be sick just to be associated with it, because it's not because I've done anything wrong, but because it's so messy and what is being insinuated there is, it's a lot. I just happened to click and see. I haven't been looking at the comments this whole time, and I see Mr. JoJo. I think he been in here laying me out as it is. I'm good for it, Mr. JoJo. If you have me down in there, but that's the kind of stuff, like, I would be totally mortified. I really would. I would be mortified for some of the stuff. And quite frankly, I don't know that the lady in the yellow. I keep calling the yellow too, because I know the admin said her name, but I don't remember what her screen name was or whatever, right? So I feel bad for that lady, because I don't think at any time did she think they about to do a final chapter, and when they do, I'm gonna make sure they got me front and center, and they keep flashing my picture and my videos and showing my phone and all of it. I don't think she ever signed up for that. I don't think she ever anticipated, because I give her that benefit of the doubt even without knowing her, because I just give that benefit of the doubt to people. I don't think the Cash Joneses of the world, or the Levi's of the world, or whoever else is connected, I don't think any of them ever envisioned the world that they now live in, where they've been dragged into something that's so much bigger than them, and quite frankly are being, I don't want to use the term used, but they're being placed in a situation where they're being made an example of for a cultural shift, because that's what we're seeing right now. This is a cultural shift in how we view victims. We're in a cultural shift of how we address abuse and how we acknowledge mental health. We're in the midst of a cultural shift, and they, quite frankly, were in an environment where it was like, okay, we always heard the culture around music is, drugs, sex, and rock and roll, and all that stuff, and that's something that we largely accepted. And I don't think, even though they may have seen or been party to some of these things taking place, I truly don't believe that many of them realized or ever signed up for what it has become. I don't.
Right. And another thing that's hard for people to accept, and I'm not calling nobody a victim or whatever, but people don't understand that it is very easy to become a victim, and you don't even know it.
Yes.
Very easy. It's not meaning that you had to be beat down and whatever, mentally drained or whatever, or financially ruined to the uttermost, or whatever it is. It is very easy to become a victim of something or somebody. Very easy.
Well, and I mean, how many of us have been in a relationship for years or for long periods of time, and then you finally get to whatever the breaking point is, and y'all break up, and it wasn't even any abuse there, but you realize I wasn't being treated my best. We weren't healthy for each other, right? It's absolutely possible to get and most of those relationships for many of us occur when we are young, when we are teenagers, in our early. Those are some of our for many of us are when we've made decisions that we're not happy or proud of. Now, I'm going to slip into this, and then hopefully I can slip right on out. I got to touch that polyamory when I talk about that.
Yeah, bro, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to understand it. I was like, huh?
And I put it in Google. Well, that doesn't even shine a light on it, I think, to the fullest extent. I think the same way that I feel like people overly use the terms narcissist, and gaslighting, they abuse it. The way that many people are using it really just describes somebody who is of poor moral character, not a narcissist at all. We can get into that another time, right? Because narcissism is one of the most rare mental disorders that we have, because it needs to be so extreme, right? But we're just using it to describe anybody who does something I don't like. Narcissist. Anybody who tells a lie or tries whatever, you're gaslighting. That's not what that is. And I say the same thing right now with polyamory. Polyamory, the actual term, not the lay term polyamory, because I need to have a distinction between those. Polyamory is truly one of the LGBTQIA in that it is a sexuality identification. Okay, so the same way that somebody can say I'm a lesbian, I'm gay, whatever, they are saying that I am hardwired and I have a certain attraction and facilitate my relationships in a certain fashion, right? So the same way that we look at someone and go, well, a lesbian is not a person who's gay, a bisexual person is not a lesbian, so on and so forth. We would do that same thing, because that LGBTQIA plus, there's so many other sexual identities that people have or are born with, depending upon what you believe. Polyamory is one of them, where I am a person who is I'm using it as an example. I am not a polyamorous person. I'm a cisgender straight female, for the record. But I want to make sure. But I'm using, lay term when I say.
Right.
You're saying, when you say I am a polyamorous person, you are saying I am a person who loves multiple people at once, or at least are capable of doing so. Right. And in theory, the people that you would be with would also be polyamorous, meaning that they are also capable of loving multiple people at once, or they are people who can engage in a relationship where they know that other people are involved, and therefore they may have some other sexuality that may or may not be named, right? But for the simple purposes, we want to say that it's possible for one person that your natural attraction to other people is that you have this ability to love multiple people at once. What the lay or what the general public has now, quite frankly, bastardized is that term of polyamory to mean I'm just in a relationship with multiple people and we're all open and honest about it. That's an open relationship. That's not polyamory. The other piece of it, and I told you in the comments, I have a very, very close family member. I will not say how close, but just know we share very close DNA. Okay,
oh,
Lord. Okay, so there's a lot of people who just try to claim polyamory because they want to be with multiple people. They want to have an open relationship. Right? But the clinical term of polyamory is very, very different. And it's possible that you could get into either one of those situations, right? And do so through a means that is not necessarily honest, right? Because true polyamory is I'm able to tell you up front, this is how I love. these are the types of people that I love. And you then tell me, and then we come to a meeting and say, hey, we both have similar or types of sexuality that align, and we're going to engage in this together. And every single person who might also engage will always be informed, upfront, and we understand each other's sexuality and what we are attracted to and what we are engaging in. What a lot of people want is, quite frankly, an open relationship where I get to be polyamorous. You all just sit around and you take notes and you be engaged in it the way that I'm telling you to be engaged in it. Totally different thing. Also, the complexity of polyamory in and of itself is something that I would say that for a very young person would be very complicated for them to be able to understand and navigate successfully.
Oh, okay.
So I think it is very challenging for people to assume that R. Kelly is polyamorous. One, I don't believe that he called himself that, correct? I thought in the paperwork he said that he was bisexual. Is that accurate?
Well, wait a minute. Now, listen. Wait a minute. Okay. I don't know. Hold on. What I did was I was Googling, trying to figure out what would make somebody sign up for that type of relationship and stay in it or whatever. And then when I looked up, when they returned the results, it gave me all the poly things.
Not when it returned the results.
When it returned the results, honey, it gave me all them poly things, and I said, oh, well, maybe I called him polyamorous. Hell, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, here's it. Yeah. And here's the thing. He very well could be, but that doesn't mean that those people that were with him were. Right? Now, based upon what we heard what's the report called that he had? He had that report where he said, you know, what he was attracted to or whatever.
PSI.
Yeah, PSI, the PSI. He did not describe polyamory in that document, not clinically, and really not. That's not, as far as the way we would describe polyamory clinically, he did not. He described bisexuality. He also and also based upon what we know and what he even has said on Gayle King and other things, he also enjoys the partnership of or company of multiple people at multiple relationships. But that doesn't mean that none of these women have said, well, because if that's the case, then I could say, okay, well, I love, in theory, then you could have somebody who's let's say R. Kelly. You could have Azriel, and if she's polyamorous, then he would be very open to the fact that she might love other people too. That doesn't seem to be what is described. What's described is, you love me only, and the most, and you should not have the ability to love other people. That means that I'm polyamorous and I'm saying I can love all of y'all, but all of y'all are not polyamorous because you're not consenting to be in a relationship where I accept that you also love all these other people.
Now, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead. I'm trying to figure out now. Wait a minute, I'm confused. Let me look at what that damn thing returned to me yesterday. Result.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure it out. What the hell? Because I thought I read where it says the setup that they have was described a polyamorous.
It is a polyamorous relationship, but that doesn't mean that everyone in it identifies as being a polyamorous person. Okay, so let's break it down. You see what I'm saying? Let's break it down in terms of, for instance, a person who's bisexual, right? Think about the fact that you could have if R. Kelly is bisexual, meaning that he likes to be with men and women, but the woman that he is with says, I only like to be with men. I don't like to be with women. She is not bisexual just because she's with him. Does that make sense?
Right,
So the
right.
same thing applies to polyamory, is that he could potentially be a polyamorous person who is capable and believes that he is hardwired to be able to love multiple people. But he could absolutely be dating other women who are not polyamorous at all. They don't want to, and based upon what we've heard, they're saying, I didn't want to be with those other women. I didn't want to be with the other men that you brought into that relationship. So that woman is not polyamorous. She doesn't love other people or even the men in the situation, if you believe that. She's saying, they're saying, I didn't want to be with those women. I didn't want to be, sometimes they said they didn't even really want to be with him. So they were not polyamorous. He was. So what you really have is a polyamorous person who was with other people in an open relationship. That was not so open. It was only open for him. He was open to navigate and be with other people. They were not. They were only allowed to be with him or whoever he dictated, whether it was with their consent or without. That's not. And I guess my point here is it suggests that they may not have actually been in relationship. That's where that control piece again comes up, and I go, this isn't sounding too consensual. It doesn't sound like people who all understood and knew and you know, engaged in this consensual relationship in this way. It's one person who is now controlling everyone to create a scenario that aligns with his own sexuality and does not acknowledge the sexuality of the people around him.
Now, I have to disagree with you slightly on that, because this is the reason why, right? Because, you know, depending upon who you believe, okay, he said that he told whomever came into his life that this was his lifestyle. Now, based upon the fact that those people stayed or, you know, was there, whatever, then I would have to kind of believe him on that, because, you know, then they gave, if they were over 18, then they gave their consent to, you know, being in that type of situation, and you know, and being okay with it. Now, we do know that relationships can change. Now, that could be a possibility. Maybe something changed and they no longer were down with, because you see, like, in I don't think they consider sister wives polyamorous. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
they're polygamous. They're polygamous. So,
right?
And
so
that, and quite frankly, that would be closer to what R. Kelly had. Whereas where you say there's a man who can be married with multiple women, but those women never engage with one another. That's polygamy.
Right, and a lot of times in those relationships, it changes because, like, some of the women get mad, you know, that one is spending more time with the other, or some other internal issues come about, and here we go. You know what I'm saying? There's the destruction of that particular setup. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I kind of get the. I was struggling with where exactly did the consent, you know, come and go. You know, and it's possible it can come and go. Yeah. But you know, we clearly see. So we can't just take out some of it. You got to incorporate it all. We clearly seen them on the pictures. You know, woo, yes, baby, all dressed up all alike and shit. But, you know, that's strange. But, yeah, baby, woo, sang it, you know. And they all kick in with each other, and everybody seemed to be happy or whatever. And we do know, as regular monogamous relationships, every minute of the relationship is not going to be happy. You know?
Of course.
So we're going to have some times where we don't want to get down with your ass. Especially if I'm pissed, you know, I don't want you to even talk to me, let alone, you know, touch me. So we don't know, because here's what I would think, and this is just my mental process. The first time that I'm tired of sleeping with you know, how you want me to get down, whatever, I'm going to feel that way either the rest of the times behind that, or at least 90% of it. That's just me. If I don't want to, if I don't, because take case in point, you take what that dude name is, the the comedian, you motherfucker. What his name is? Michael Blackson.
Oh yeah.
That's what he always say. You motherfucker.
Yeah, he does.
Michael
He does.
Right? Okay, so he was with this girl named Ryder. This is where y'all need to watch these reality shows, and y'all know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's with this girl named Ryder. So he's with her, and you know, at first she was with him having all these side chicks and shit like that, you know, doing all of that. Then she tired of it. She wants him to stop. She agreed to it for up to a certain extent of time. Then she stopped. Then there was some of these people that been inviting people into the bed, like Chris Brown with Karrueche.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was good, you know. They was doing that type of stuff, and then she said no more. Yeah. And then it was no more to my bedroom forever. No more other people. Mm-hmm. So it's like in my mind, and apparently other people feel that way. And when the first time I said, okay, no more of this kind of sex, that means no more of this kind of sex. And then if you know, this is not a relationship that supports my needs anymore, then I'm going to, you know, dip. But you know, you see them say that, you know, they didn't want to do it, but he made me whatever, but that they stayed there until they was free to go. Which
okay,
it seemed like it was free to go. So
I got a job.
It's a whole big old confusing situation.
It is. And let me touch on a little bit of that to help. And again, I'm not trying to convince people. I just want people to understand or be able to, you know, just think about it a little different.
Yeah, you don't know it, I don't.
Yeah, so I'll get on the first part of it where you talked about the consent piece. And I'm so thankful you brought it up, because every time it comes up, it's my favorite thing. Consent is absolutely crucial. And like you said, yes, you can give consent in the beginning and then change your mind, right? And say no. And here's the thing, consent is not this stagnant thing that you give it one time and therefore it means that it's there the entire time that you continue to be with me. It is still on an individual sexual encounter basis if we're talking specifically about sexuality. It has to be given, and it also cannot be coerced or influenced by any means. So I can't influence or try to kind of sweeten the pot for you to want to consent, right? And that's what a lot of people do talk about, well, you know, they stayed and took the money then. Well, if that money was given to sweeten the pot to try to convince you to consent to something that I know you don't want to consent to, now that's not consent. Now I have coerced you. I have influenced you. Whereas it should be my consent to be with my man whenever I feel like it is given because in my head alone, I have said I want to be with him. Not because he said, hey, I got $50 if you do it. You see what I'm saying? Or, hey, here's this carrot. There can be no carrot dangled, nor can there be any sort of negative consequence to me in my own head saying, nah, that ain't something I want to do. So even if I gave you consent to start in that relationship in the way that it was and the way that I thought I could. But the moment that I say in my own head and I say to you, no, I don't want to, or I am, apprehensive, or I don't want to go through with it, there should be no influence by you for me to participate in. If that's the case, then now that's not my sexuality. That's not my consent that's talking. That is this outside pressure, either a carrot or a consequence that is influencing my decision to partake in that behavior. And specifically when we talk about, intercourse and engaging with one another, that is the piece that we sometimes, again, we as a society are still catching up to where that should be. In that we do have this thing of, hey, if I said, then if you knew what you were getting into when you first did it, But that doesn't mean that any single person that you bring in, I have to engage with and not protest to. I should be able, and based upon what we've heard in the testimony and everything else, it would be different if they say, yeah, I want to be with you. I'm cool with you being with other people. I'll love all of these people as well. I believe I'm capable of loving the same people that you love. Great. But when you bring Joycelyn into the room, I should be able to, in my own head, without any influence from you, say, no thanks, not interested tonight, or not interested ever. And there should never be any other influence into, well, why you not? Or you go get out of here, or you do the, or you go lock yourself in the room, or whatever, or you all these negative consequences, or being hit with a shoe, or all these other things. There should not be anything aside from, all right, babe, I'm polyamorous. That's not something you want. I respect the fact that you're not interested in this and you don't want to consent with it. It's off the table. It stops. That's what has to happen throughout in order for it to be consensual and for it to truly be polyamorous. What we are hearing here is that there were consequences. There were carrots dangled. There were other things that made it not a consensual relationship, and therefore not at all polyamory, because you don't have to influence. Again, if we take it back to the more simple or the way that we understand it, right, is you don't have to convince, influence, or maritize in any way, shape, or form a lesbian being naturally attracted to women. That's just what they do. You can't stop it if you try. They are just attracted to whoever they're attracted to. And if they're engaged in a relationship with another lesbian and they are consensual, they're going to engage however the two of them agree to engage and continue. But if at any time that same lesbian says, hey, there's certain things I don't want you to do, which happens in relation, they can say, there's certain parts of my body I don't want you to touch. You don't get to touch it and say, but you said you're a lesbian, right? And that's what I like, so I'm going to do it. It can't work like that. That's where he has gotten into trouble.
Right, and you just explained. See how the Lord works. I had to say nothing. You just explained that secondary layer when it comes to the law, when it comes to consent. Okay, you got the what we know, or what they know, lay terms, what consent generally means, as expressed like that first paragraph of the law. But then where you may not see it, you're not going to see it is in the office or in our guidelines or whatever. That second part of it is what you just explained. Cannot be something that is controlled by consequences or anything like that. Got to be of natural free form. You got to want to do it yourself. You know what I'm saying? It cannot be any type of incentives, none of that.
There can't be fear. There can't be an environment. There can't be, even if it's indirectly. For instance, you'll get people all the time who get convicted because they said, come and do this. They didn't force them. They didn't hold them down. They didn't do any of that. But there's a gun on the table. And you've previously made statements or done things that may, or something in that situation suggested that you would use that if I did not.
Right.
Now you've influenced my decision.
Exactly. So when you hear, so this is how that first level of consent and that second level of consent works. You'll first initially hear the prosecutors talk about, consent and, whether or not just the outlines of, okay, it wasn't consensual because maybe, she was under 18, maybe they were under the influence, maybe whatever elements they have. Then when they go to unfolding the case, they land the case out. That's when you start hearing about, well, these were the consequences. These were the incentives for this behavior. This was that, whatever. That's exactly what you just laid out. I'm just translating it in the law form how it would be delivered to the court.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
yes.
here's the other piece that I'll say the way we say it in the mental health world is we say there are two things that cannot exist when in terms of consent. Consent cannot exist if trauma is an outcome. And I need to say that slower for the people in the back. Consent could not have existed if trauma is the outcome. And if you think about that in your own self, if I decide, let's talk about it like it's ice cream. If I myself dig down into that ice cream because I wanted it in my own head and all this stuff, there's no way that I'm going to then sit down once I'm done with my fill of it, right? I sit it down and then I'm going to sit that down and say, oh my gosh, I'm so traumatized by that ice cream. Oh my gosh, that ice cream just caused so much trauma to me. No, because you fully consented, nobody influenced you, forced you, or anything else. That cannot exist. So when these people are coming out on the other side, and every single person that has shown up on these documentaries and in the court cases and everything, there's one thing they all have: some form of trauma. Even if we look at Haley Calhoun, who was another person who said it wasn't all bad, right? But she did, once it got to that physical beating or that physical abuse piece of it, she said, yeah, no, I won't down for that. There were certain times where he was doing things to me, I wasn't down for it. That's what you have to understand, is that consent cannot exist if trauma is the outcome. The second thing that cannot happen: pleasure cannot exist if full unfettered consent is not also there. There's going to be some part of that you're going to be like, I don't like this. That's what people have to keep in mind when they think about consent. And that can change with even little pieces of it. Think about the same thing if we go for the meal, because I'm trying to keep it a little bit clean for your channel, because it can get this
that's
topic.
Okay, baby. All that cussing I do, that's fine, baby.
No, but some of
your victim manuals. All your victim manuals, honey. Your victim manuals. God darn, baby.
You do, but here's the thing:
bad people that walk around with the DSM on their fingertips.
I'm one of those people. I can close my eyes and see pages of it. Like I got that kind of a memory. So here's the other thing: if we think about it as if it's a meal, you got steak, you got potatoes, you got greens, you got macaroni, you got a big drink, you got 2-3 different types of drinks, right? I can say, yeah, the steak, I want that, and yeah, the mashed potatoes, I want about half of that, and the mac and cheese, I don't want that at all. Yeah, you got tea here, but I only want the water and a little bit of this lemonade. You can't. Now, what you were kind of saying at first, and the way that society sees it is, I gave you the whole plate. You sat down and knew what was on that plate. Now you're going to eat this plate whether you want to or not. Consent works the way that I said it, in that I can take as much or as little, and at any time I can say, no, thank you. And all you do is say, all right, keep on eating then. Have fun with the other stuff that you do like. That's consent. Is like eating that meal and choosing how much or how little or what you turn away. And nobody ever gets to come in and become a part of it and say, no, you're going to sit here and eat it. We all, if anybody was raised in that kind of Southern household like mine, where your mama or your grandma ever said, no, you're going to sit there till your plate is full, and you remember the misery that you sat there trying to force down whatever it was. For me, it was liver. Girl, I couldn't stand no liver. And my grandma, nope, you gonna eat it. Or my mama, oh, you ain't getting up from that table. And I'm sitting there and I'm just crying and I'm sickly. And even though it won't but one little bite left there, it felt like the worst thing in the world. And guess what? I don't like liver even now, partially because of that. Because I had to eat it against my consent. I didn't want it.
I hear all those stories like that. Yeah, they were like, "Oh, eat that because I had to eat it when I was a kid." I'm like, "Really? Somebody forced you to eat something?"
Because on the back end, you didn't fully consent to it. So if you apply that same thing to sexuality and how they engage, that's where he got into hot water. It wasn't what he wanted to do. Aside from the fact the children piece of it, obviously, take that out of there, right? They can't give consent. They can't give consent, right? But even as the adults of the situation, yeah. So people who go, well, they were 18, they were of age, too bad. They still don't give up consent. You have lifelong consent. So that's where he got into trouble, is he had access to enough people and enough money and women or whatever that he could have easily been like, all right, you don't want to do this? Who do? Which one of y'all? You want to do it? Cool. Come on in here with me. That's not what are being described. That's not what's in the paperwork. That's not what's in the documentary. That's where we get into trouble. And quite frankly, that's also where many people in the sector, when they're describing it, like, well, they chose to be there. No. That doesn't mean that they give up all of their consent for the rest of eternity or into perpetuity. It doesn't work like that.
Right. And another thing, well, I'm gonna get to y'all questions. I said, which I got some good questions and comments.
Question for you.
And probably more you can answer. A lot of what people don't understand is that it is very easy to break the law, and not one intending to do it, and two, just by your actions. And I think a lot of that, is probably what occurred in those situations. I don't believe, and this is just my opinion, that he was sitting there dictating, you're gonna have to do this all the time or whatever. I know we heard some stories of or whatever. I believe sometimes that happened or whatever. I don't think that was a daily process. You know what I'm saying? A daily process. Because like I said, it looked like to me when they was ready to walk the hell out, that's what they did.
Yeah.
But so that's what I'm judging that off of. But what he probably didn't realize, that by the certain things he said and the certain behaviors, the intent of it and the behaviors and stuff like that, what the law measures, that is just a little, it didn't have to take much, and boom, there you have it. You're in a full-fledged indictment, and you're trying to look like, and as people look, but damn, they was just, it was his sexual
preference,
his sexual preference, or his sexual relationships and all of that. That was what was on trial. Well, and the good part of it, or at least the nexus of it, it's true. But it's the things that occurred that made it so easy for the law to be broken, or is perceived as being broken.
And can I say this part? Because I agree with so much of what you just said. I also say this, and then I'll leave that be. I agree with so much of what you just said. I do think, to some degree, the part that's unfair to him is I do not personally believe that he understood consent the way that I just explained it to you.
Right.
Now, with that, the law doesn't say just because you didn't understand it,
right,
that means you can do it. And so I do believe that he thought when he told him, look, I like to be with other women, I like to do it this way and that way and this way and that way, that because they said, all right, I'm gonna be with you, that's cool, I'll give it a try, I'm good, I can do it too, right? That he thought, okay, that one off, that's good enough for me. And it's quite frankly a common way of people believing it on the street. It's the way a lot of lay people, we even engaged in this conversation, and I'm sure there was other people who are saying, yeah, that's what I think, well, once you agree, because that's how we believe it. But that's not the way that it is clinically, and that's not the way it is in the law. And also based upon what we know about his level of understanding, I do not believe that he fully, let me call it that way, I do think he knew he was. Yeah, I do think he knew, because again, we do know that, Azriel wrote him letters, told him, said, I don't want to do the spanking part anymore. I don't want to do that. So at that point, that she doesn't want to do it, but you're still hanging your hat on consent she gave you 3-4 years ago. You can't do that. And I do believe that based upon his level of understanding, that he would not, or he would have struggled to understand the complexity of consent in that way. And I do think that, and I think a lot of other people don't either. And I don't know that that's 100% fair. At the same time, it's intent over impact. Did he think that he probably had consent that was going to last forever? Yeah. But did he hurt some people, and did he influence, and did he, influence the consent to such a level that they weren't actually consenting? Yes. And now there's an accountability for that. So I'll say that.
Yeah, it says, okay, if you no longer consent, leave. True that. Let me see what it says to JoJo. It says, then after you should dry snitch without being accountable of your part, even if you just look out, they're talking about robbing a bank. It says, so a job giving you more money to stay is illegal. So a job.
No, that's totally different.
Yeah.
That is, and let me go. Can I touch on that?
Oh, go ahead.
The reason why that is because I think what they're kind of saying is using my terms of consent, then the dangling of the carrot to say, hey, here's more money for you to stay is some form of influence. No, they have placed an incentive out there for you, and contractually, there is absolutely nothing. You can say, hell no, screw you. I'm not going to take your money at all. I don't like this company, whatever the case may be, assuming that you're in a pleasant situation. Now, what is not legal and what you do not have the right to do is say, I'm going to quadruple your pain and suffering in between. And because you accepted it the first time, you can't never go to another job. You signed a contract the first time, Angie, when you probably got your corporate job. I just signed contract one off and it's renewing and we just update and whatever the case may be. They don't tell you then and say, well, you can't go nowhere because you consented the first time. You can't go to no other job. This is the only job. And now I'm just going to keep giving you more money so that you still stay and I can say I'm paying you more. No, you have the ability on any given day, with or without telling them, with or without money on the table, to get up and to walk out of the door. And they still cannot mistreat you in that process. And even the work that you're doing on a day-to-day, you have some level of influence as to how you're taking part of that. And they are not able to get involved in that as far as the decisions that you're making to do good work or bad work in your own head. Work is totally different. Work is totally different than sexuality and engaging in sexual relationships. They're just not the same at all.
That's not comparable at all. Yeah.
No. Not. Unfortunately, that's not a good analogy, but I like the way they were thinking.
Yeah, exactly. So we get the smart people over here. See, y'all are more than welcome to blog about this conversation. Yes, honey. Mm-hmm. We get the good conversations over and say, isn't that a consent once he stays with multiple women with they stay, so you're in agreement.
I'm not. I need to come to the screen? I'm not on the screen. Let me come back.
Okay. Isn't that a consent?
Once he states in multiple women I'm with, they stay, so you're in agreement. I think she's saying this. She's actually saying maybe she's made that comment before I explained the rest of it. So I guess it stops when they decide to leave. No, it doesn't have to. They don't have to leave. No one to not see, and that's the thing. The whole thing about shackled. Okay, can I touch on this real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay. This whole thing about you have to be physically restrained, or that the doors had to be locked and bolted. That never happened. Again, we're talking about that influence or consequence, and then we're also talking about mental manipulation. That's what happens in a high control environment, where and there's actually a study, and I can send it to Angie, or she could show it. She probably knows the one I'm going to describe, but I'm just going to break it down to you. There's a study that happened ages and ages ago, and it's continued to work even when people duplicate it. There's a situation where you have an animal or a person or whatever the case may be, and we see this every day, even quite frankly now with dogs and electric fences. Zap, you get out to the end, zap. Eventually, that dog never even goes out to the edge of that yard. Why? Even if you were to dismantle the electric fence is no longer there.
Right.
Eventually, you can take the collar off of the dog and put a dummy collar on that won't shock the dog at all. The dog is not going to the edge of the yard. Why? Because the dog has learned. The dog has learned there is a negative consequence every time I go there. They're not going to do it. That's the same thing with human behavior. You don't keep touching the hot stove over and over, because after the first time you burn yourself, and maybe you're silly enough to try it, maybe this one not as hot, you burn yourself again, you're not going to keep putting your hand down on that hot stove over and over. That's just human behavior. So all it takes is a couple of times in that environment where I get smart with you and you beat me. I get smart with you a different kind of way and you beat me.
And is that under the study of conditioning? Is that under the study of conditioning?
It is conditioning. Okay? Yeah, okay. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. That's just not how it works. You don't have to then put it in place. The other piece, if that person, I think it was Coco or I forgot the name, I'm so sorry. If you listen to what I was saying earlier, the same thing happens with cults and with these high control environments, is that you also have this other layer once you set it up, that the group will tell on itself. The group will control itself. So now I don't have to worry about you. You're out on tour. But I do have this other person here who I know can either share that information back. I don't know what they're also capable of. So now, even when you're not there, I'm still mentally afraid of a consequence that's not physically there. So no, you don't have to shackle anyone at all. That is not a factor. None.
Right. And I think, and I don't know if someone said that, because this was all early on, and I don't know if someone said that they were shackled to something, or that's something he blurted out in that.
I think it was because Andrea said she was hogtied.
Hogtied, yeah. Hogtied. Mm-hmm. You don't know hogtie nobody. Yeah, I mean, I'm like, now wait a minute, because you know, and some of the stuff is it's like, okay, because you now me, I'm gonna think a little bit. Now how was he hogtying you? Did he sit on you? And did he have the rope nearby? And did he sit on you and then tie your arms or whatever, or did he have to go and lock you in the room, go get the rope, then come back in the room and then sit on you and tie you? That's something you do know. And I ain't saying it couldn't happen, but you know, like,
I mean, well, here's the thing. I think also we have to understand, one, hog tying is a sadomasochism thing that people consensually do quite a bit. We don't know all of what he was in, but that is something that people in some extreme areas of life do choose to participate in. Also, the term, I don't know whether she was or not, you know, it did seem like an outlier accusation, if I could put it that way, is that it seemed like an accusation that nobody else talks about being tied or physically, you know. Now people do talk about doors that wouldn't open and, you know, different stuff like that, but nobody else talked about that. At the same time, I don't know what happened in that relationship. I don't know what they had access to or what have you. Also, just because somebody said they're hogtied, you know, it doesn't mean that it's only in the way that we describe it. There are multiple ways to do that. You could also do it with cloths and all kinds of other stuff. Or if at least at any time when your hands and your legs are bound together in that way, some people consider that to be hogtied. But even so, you know, all that came into place, and that does seem like to be an outlier. I don't deny that at all. She's the only person who made an accusation that extreme. That doesn't mean that it did not happen.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that I saw that it is Cookie. I'm sorry. I think I said it was Coco or something earlier.
I mess it up all the
time. I'm so sorry. I think it's a female, I think, Miss Cookie. Mm-hmm. I saw some other comments that you said about, well, so nobody called 911 and all these things. Again, does it seem to some degree outlandish? Yeah. But with all due respect, Scientology, the Jim Jones cult. There's so many, even if you in Georgia right now, the Nature Boy thing, sometimes we talked about that. All of these people had access to phones and different things. It's that mental kind of the mental manipulation piece of it, the controls that you have in place. I think Jennifer pointed out, I didn't want to throw the, I ain't like the name drop, but yes, Skinner is the psychologist that is so famous for that research. That it doesn't have to be. Also, the phones, the phone component of this, based upon what they've described, he did have levels of control over that. There's also a concept, Miss Cookie, that I would encourage you to Google, or Angie, you can Google it and we could talk about it another time. But it's called learned helplessness. And it's that same thing I just told you. It's not that the dog doesn't have the ability to run straight across the road. It's that I am afraid of previous outcomes. I've picked up the phone before, and some sort of way he found out about it, I had a consequence. I've seen the police come and walk right back out the door and leave me here before without asking any major questions. I'm worried that the person next door can listen in and can hear that I'm on the phone, and maybe they'll hear, and maybe something bad will happen to me before. If I've created enough fear, people do not feel safe to just quote unquote pick up the phone and call 911. I see on the screen, Jay Bennett, is it strange that RSK is a victim of sexual abuse by both men and women? The perpetrator profited emotionally and financially in RSK. It is absolutely not. Jay Bennett, you need to, if you don't have a degree in psychology, you should. That is absolutely a pattern of predation. Oftentimes does link back to trauma of their own, and repeating that or acting that out in ways. We see that even with children. Sometimes we'll hear that the child is being beaten and typically or abused, and typically it goes one way or the other. Either the child shrinks and is pretty much terrified of everyone, or a dog even would be terrified of everyone, and then you have the dogs that are just gonna bite before anybody even walks up. You get children that are just acting out because that's what they're seeing also in the home. So all of those things are very, very plausible. Jay Bennett, that's an excellent observation, and it is absolutely accurate. Anything else you want me to touch on? Because I'm gonna jump off here in a little bit so I can eat before the show comes back on. I'll come back on another time. I always love talking.
Yes, girl. Yes. Oh my gosh, honey, we got a whole goddamn earful today, child. Something.
Yeah, I had a good time. I've been missing you, Angie. I've been missing you.
Girl, I've been needing you. I be like, look at, because I definitely have to rely on, because I'm not gonna go try to find those books and stuff from back in the day about no psychology, child. I got to Google that, and I'm like, oh, I don't understand all of this, but yes, honey. So it was a pleasure, y'all. This is something that we have to understand the psychology behind some of this stuff, because.
Yeah. And I think we just need to put ourselves in a place where we're willing to dig a little deeper, think a little bit more critically, or just challenge ourselves. Like for me, every time I watch those documentaries, or I see another interview, or Dana comes on, Levi comes on, somebody who's opposite of my thinking, I listen to them. Because I want to challenge my own thinking. I want to see it in just the same way we did in this conversation. There was times where you agree, you say, yeah, I agree. No, I don't agree. Or yeah, we're in the same place. Oh, I haven't thought about it that way. That's what it's all about for me. So I really, really enjoy it all the time. I always come back. Miss Cookie, I'm seeing a whole lot still from you over there, and I want to address it, but I gotta eat. Eat. And everything. But I would love to, if I come back on another time, Miss Cookie, I would love to engage with you and anybody else.
Okay. Well, check this out, y'all. I just got something that said that R. Kelly put out a letter, an email with regards to that I can go ahead and read. And he ain't saying to me or nothing like that, but shout out to the person.
Are you on the list? He done added you to the list.
I ain't on the list. Oh, I ain't on the list. Hey, listen, Baby, he ain't gonna put nobody, everybody got good sense on the list here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump down. I see, and
Okay.
Miss Cookie, I've enjoyed your opinion. I haven't been looking at the chat most of the time because I'm just talking to Angie like I'm talking to an old girlfriend or something. But when
Right.
the things that I have seen over here as I went back to it, I've enjoyed your ideas and what you've shared as well. And I would love, like I said, to continue to engage with everyone here and continue to have these conversations. So I'll, next time I
Anytime.
happen to see you on, Angie, I'll definitely jump back in. You know how I do. I come and go.
Yeah, pop in here. Yes. Oh,
All right.
thank you
Take
so
care.
much, sir. All
All
right.
right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. So I'm going to try to read this email, and this is from R. Kelly. Put this out today, and the subject is doing things the right way. Okay, where's my eyeglasses? Yes, I wear eyeglasses. I be fronting my blind ass. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. Let me see. Oh, my glasses on, honey. They cheap and cute. Okay, now the subject is doing things the right way. I want everybody to know that when I was first arrested, there was an unprecedented amount of rumors and theories swarming social media about who, what, when, where, and how it all happened to me. And it seems that everyone had their own explanation as to what they believed. It has pretty much been like this for the last 4 years that I've been incarcerated. Everybody knows that everybody knows me knows that I do not like confrontation. I do not like to speak on negative rumors about myself or anyone else. But because this one issue has been bothering me for the last 4 years that I've been behind bars, I felt like I just had to say something to clear up whatever people may have thought about my take on any rumors or any. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know how this is. Hold on, y'all. Uh, rumors or any. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Try to put this together. Or any. I guess I'm gonna go this way. Any B word or H word talking about their families and friends is not the right way of doing things. It is not going to unveil the truth. Threatening people is not. Well, let me make sure this is right. How this is laid out. This is crazy. Hold on. Any. I feel like I just had to say something clear. Whatever people may have thought about my take on rumors or any. My take on rumors. My take on rumors or any accusations that may have been made concerning me. I would like for everybody to know that even though I don't agree with all those terrible things that have been said about me, and especially what has been said about me on all the Lifetime documentaries that have been put out there. about me, I still feel there is a respectful and legal way to address the situation without trash talking and lashing out all over the internet about people you may feel that are involved with these lies and allegations. And yes, even my accusers, because honestly, what they accuse me of may be wrong, but lashing out at them, calling them B word and H word, talking about their families and talking about their families and friends is not the right way of doing things. It is not going to unveil the truth. Threatening people is not how you get justice done. In fact, it is counterproductive. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm human. I get frustrated and even get angry when people say all these horrible things. And I get mad when I think about what Lifetime, a TV show, did to me, my career, and my life. But at the end of the day, I have to keep my composure, stay professional, stay in prayer, be patient, believe in the process, believe in God's promise, and work very hard along with my attorneys, all of my legal supporters, and my supporting fans around the world to bring out and expose the truth the legal way. That is the only way and the right way to do things. I want to be 100% clear. Talking bad about my attorneys who are working very hard and diligently to bring me home is not right, no matter what your opinion of them may be. Talking bad about people that are trying to help me or even lashing out at all of my accusers, calling them all kinds of dirty names or threatening them or their families is not what I want. It's not what I need. And most importantly, it's not who I am. Thanks for reading and hopefully understanding. RSK. In other words, he said, I'm tired of y'all. Joking. But so I figured it out. Shout out to the person who forwarded it to me. So that is from Kales. You know, I done read your shit so much, sir. I feel like I can call you Rob, Kales, or RSK, K Dog, shit, hey, Adar, any of that. I've been abused around here. I think I can call you all them names. We friends now. We partners. Shit, hell. But anyway, I'm just joking. But um, yes, yes. Oh, thank you, Leslie. One, yes, that's what I want to facilitate. Great conversations up on here, and that's what I really geared to have this to be storytelling, great conversations, and stuff like that. And that's what I want to focus on, telling them stories by any means necessary, however we can tell it, you know. But because somebody has most definitely shared your experience in some form of fashion. But yeah, so that is check the freezer. That is from R. Kelly. Yeah, Mo is great. Shouts out to her. She is great, child. Especially helping me understand what I don't understand. I'm like, huh? Huh? Yes. But she has um that shit down pat, baby. She really does. And that is a blessing, child. I know a lot of people are, and you got to understand, there's just some people that can only do one or two things: bullshit. And what falls upon the umbrella is bullshit, is gossip, bicker, argue, all that other shit. Just whatever it is they do, and whatever they get out of it, people get out of it, you just get out of it. And I understand that. I ain't saying I ain't never did it. I ain't on gossip, but I ain't never saying I ain't, cuss them up. And don't think just because I don't, or I pick and choose now, because it's just, you got to qualify for me to bicker with you. You just got to qualify. If you don't qualify, you ain't gonna get it. You can do whatever you want to, you ain't gonna get it. But other than that, don't think I won't. But I am just so much more interested in thought provoking conversations, thought provoking lives, thought provoking, you know, stuff that interests us, world news, celebrity, all type of stuff like that, stuff that affects our lives, those type of things. See, they still out there with these goddamn fireworks. Oh, have mercy. But and I want to have conversations that people go back and talk about. You know, now of course you're gonna have motherfuckers that go back and talk about in a way of, the ignorant element is always going to be present. That's just what we are. But I like, you know, to I like for people to talk about in a way that expounds on the conversation we had, or or give another way of thinking, give a third way of thinking, or a fourth or fifth way of thinking. You got people that gave their way of thinking about what we were talking about in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And it's 100%. There's both sides, and there's both sides to both sides. Imagine that. Why are they? Y'all don't hear those goddamn. This is crazy. I wish I could take y'all out there to show y'all, like, goddamn, some motherfucker Google where the fireworks coming from. Shit. But it's crazy. Like, how long is this gonna go on? But it's just like, at some point you got to look at what most likely did happen. What is the most plausible thing? But you can't rule out the things that could have happened. We do know that nobody told the truth on either side. The 100% truth. You can't say that they did, because we heard the contradictions and the lies and stuff that happened, that unveiled itself throughout the court cases and whatever. We saw what was said even before the first trial started, and then we can compare them to what we know today, where the lies are. I think one of the not the biggest, maybe it was, maybe one of the biggest things is with that Lisa Van Allen shit. To come to find out, she was goddamn 18, and we heard her tell these lies that she stressed the point that she was under 18. Well, how you gonna stress like, I can see if you're on there, like, I don't know if I forgot what year. If you're something like, I forgot what year it was. I don't know if I was 17, maybe 18 or whatever. And you go on, proceed on with your story. No, you stress the fact that you was on 18, because you remember, because you was on the Home Alone shooting, all this and blah blah blah. Like, wait a minute. And then now, and then to come to find out, and then probably the all the while, that's why the government quietly removed her ass from being, in the case to being like a supporter in the case. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, is that why y'all did that? Because you found out, and what was said wasn't exactly the truth. Like, get out of here, so all kinds of stuff. And you got to consider it all. You can't take something out just because it doesn't fit along with what you're trying to put out. You got to make them all fit and come up with the most likely scenario. Most likely scenario. And it is what it is. But I am going to let y'all go. I held y'all hostage for 4 hours and 13 minutes. So that means I got about a little over a minute to go. I love it. I love the peace, child. Peace. Woo! Over here is priceless. It's priceless. Let me see. I hope that guy who collapsed on that football field, I hope he his stats is upgraded. Gosh. And that's another thing. That football shit, all those sports, and of course exercise can overwork a heart. But they say, you need the exercise, right? But damn, that football, it's too many injuries that have come about, just by being a participant in that sport. And when it's one that hit kind of close to me, and I just hate when I see the boys play. I'll be like, I hate it. I'll be so glad when their season is over and they make it. But those head injuries is one thing. Whatever. I mean, I'll go ahead and I ain't gonna mention his name, but it's one guy, a young guy. He died. I'm trying to tell you, and I know I've told this story before. He got injured due to a sports injury when he was in school. And when he died, this was so crazy. Miami was playing. I don't know what team they were playing, but this was in the finals. I'm talking about Miami Heat. And if you know anything about the Miami Heat, their fans, they're bandwagon fans, right? The bandwagoners. They, if Miami got LeBron and all these different people, whatever, hey, they the best team in the world. This Miami nigga, get off my penis. You might hear one of those sound bites. I'm biting off of Chicago. And we're looking at the finals, and we're on. It was kind of like you can kind of call it an online like little watch party, whatever. And I'm close to his cousin and whatever, and I think maybe one of his cousins I've had on the phone or something over here. I don't know, maybe not, but and so is that his aunt? But I'm definitely close to his aunt, his cousins, and all of them. But anyway, and so we're watching the game, and all of us watching it, and he was giving the people like that was going at Miami that was live with us. He was giving them hell, going straight, slap off. And if you think I'm playing, if you think I'm lying, I'm flying. He died watching that game. Right while we were all live on there watching that game. And his cousin came through. I'm pretty sure it was the fourth quarter. And I don't know if he made it to see Miami win or lose. I forgot how that. It was weird. And his cousin came on through and said that he had just died. and sitting up watching that game. And I begged for them to keep because I had just said to him, I said, yeah, you tell them. You tell their asses. Even though I was rooting against Miami, okay? But you tell them. You give them hell. And I had rooted for them to keep his social media up because there's a way that we can pay, tribute. And he was actually live. He was live on it. And I guess it's kind of eerie that, he died right there. Young guy watching it or whatever. But yeah. So I stand football. Shit. Took his last breath. Watching a damn game. But anywho, y'all, I am going to get off. Want to get on up off here. And I will check y'all later. Peace out. Make sure y'all do y'all charity thing. Love you.